This is Jocko Podcast number 272 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
So, when I worked with SEAL leaders and then on top of that interacted with leaders from the Army and from the Marine Corps, sometimes things went great and sometimes they didn't. And if there was a problem between leaders, between people, between troops, 99% of the time, when I would pull the thread on that problem, at the end of that thread would be ego. You'd find it all the time. I'd find it all the time. And when I retired from the Navy and I started working with leadership in civilian companies, no shock, I found the same thing. When leaders can't get along, when they can't find a solution, when they can't even move forward despite having a common goal, when I'm working with companies and I pull the thread on that problem, I find the same thing. I find ego. And egotistical leaders scream and they yell and they get emotional and they would rather lose. They would rather lose than admit that they're wrong. They would actually rather die in some cases than admit that they're wrong. And if you think that that's an exaggeration, history is full of leaders, military leaders, that died clinging to their plan, even in the face of their own death. Or worse, the deaths of their troops. All because of their ego. Now look, of course, it's a dichotomy. We know that not all ego is bad. You need ego to push you and drive you and make you want to win, and that's great. But overinflated ego is the root of a vast majority of problems that people and leaders face. And as I look at the divisiveness in America right now, the people that are screaming from the extreme ends of the political spectrum, when I listen to what they're saying and why they're saying it, I try and figure out where this is coming from. When I pull the thread on all that screaming and all that anger, yes, once again, I find ego. Because if you think you're right about everything, if you think that you're right about everything, then that means everybody else is wrong. And if you think that you know everything, then that means no one else can know anything. And if your ego is so big and you think you're so smart, why would you even have to listen to anybody else? Because you already have it figured out. Why not just scream at them to shut up? And you got to watch out, especially when if someone is saying something that actually makes some kind of sense and it hurts your ego, then just scream louder. And when I look around and I see people that are screaming and not listening, that's what I see. I see ego. And sometimes it's driven by insecurity that they think they're might be wrong. And so then again, what do? They just scream louder. Don't let anyone else talk. Shut them up. That's what the ego does. That being said, there are people out there today, many of whom are humble, people that do listen, people that can have an interactive conversational exchange with someone else that might have opposing viewpoints. and they're confident enough in themselves to actually listen and discuss and compromise and change their minds and learn and grow and understand and empathize. And those types of people, well, they make good neighbors. They make good soldiers. They make good friends. They make good human beings, and they make good leaders. And I'm lucky enough to have one of those people here with us tonight. A soldier, a martial artist, a surfer, a former congresswoman, a Hawaiian, and an American. You might have figured it out. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thanks for joining us.
Aloha.
The last time we were together was on Joe Rogan's podcast.
Yes, that was fun.
When was that?
I think that was sometime in 2019.
Were you running yet? Yeah, you were.
I was.
Yeah.
I was.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's been a wild ride. It's been cool. Well, it's been cool for me to watch. I know it's not always been cool for you.
I'm thinking like, I don't know if cool is the word I would use.
It's always cool for me to look at someone that's like trying to make something happen and coming up against all kinds of obstacles and still striving forward and pushing forward. So from that perspective, it's been cool.
Yeah.
So let's kind of like, I always like to start from the beginning. That's kind of what I like to do. So I have a better context and understanding of where someone ends up because we know more about where they came from.
Yeah.
So let's talk about where you came from. How did you end up here today? It started off where? American Samoa?
American Samoa is where I was born. I am the
Did you just
fourth,
subtly correct my pronunciation of Samoa?
Yeah.
What's correct?
It's you gotta elongate the A a little bit.
Samoa.
It's Samoa.
Yeah. It's just a fact, right? I feel very comfortable speaking. I mean, obviously I speak all the time, but words that I don't know how to say, I just do my best and move on.
No worries.
And I mean, we'll cover books where I've got French words and German names and what I just run into total things that I just don't know how to say them. And so what I do is I just do my best and move on. And I think I get a certain level of forgiveness from people.
Completely.
I do get tightened up from time to time if I really make something awful. But yeah, I guess you have to forgive me a little bit because I just kind of say what it looks like to me phonetically and move on.
Good.
No judgment whatsoever. I, however, would get in trouble if I am not pronouncing my homeland properly.
So if you say Samoa though, like Samoa or Samoan, that's more like forgivable, right?
Oh, totally.
Like
yeah, it's not a big deal.
That's like the proper way. That's like you use the proper way.
Yeah.
But if you don't, it's kind of like it's way more forgivable with Samoan. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a major violation.
Not at all.
It's not. It's actually not a violation, right?
No.
Like really,
it's not.
It doesn't make it correct.
It's literally, it's only
not a
people from Samoa who say Samoa.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah.
Pretty
Is
much.
it insulting that I would say Samoa?
Yeah, that's a good
A
question.
little bit?
No.
Okay, so we're good either way.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right.
you're good either way.
All right. Well, when I went to Guam, there was people from Samoa there, and we hung out. Most
Nice.
good people.
Nice.
All right, so how'd you end up
everywhere.
there?
So my mom was born in Indiana, grew up in Michigan. Dad born in Samoa. My grandfather was in the Air Force, and so he was born there, but he spent the first years of his life in Hawaii. My grandfather was stationed at Hickam, and then moved around a few other places, but ended up growing up in the Panhandle of Florida.
So wait, so your grandfather was in the Air Force?
Yeah, both of my grandfathers on my mom's side and my dad's side served in the military.
That must have been around World War II.
It was, yeah. So my mom's dad served I believe he served in Europe. I don't know exactly where. And then, but for a shorter stint, that he didn't spend a career in the military. But my dad's dad did spend his career in the military, and at different times served. I think he was in the Army for a little while. Then he was in the Army Air Corps, and then he ended up in the Air Force. And so they both had completely different upbringings. My mom grew up in East Grand Rapids, Michigan, which was during that time, a very kind of well-to-do area in her school. There were no non-white people. Mm-hmm. And so, she grew up, she's a cheerleader, she was this, she kind of had the all-American upbringing.
So she's a white person too.
She is a white person. Haole, as we say in Hawaii.
It's called haole.
Which, little digression here. People say haole is a derogatory word, but it all depends on how you use it.
Yeah.
It can go either way.
That's sort of like,
and it can be referred to as an attitude. Like, I don't care what your skin color is. Mm-hmm. It can be used in a derogatory way. Yeah. Or it can just be like, okay, you happen to be Caucasian and haole. But yeah, so yes, my mom is haole, based on her skin color. And my dad, Polynesian, grew up essentially in the South. And it was so stark, their upbringings, and to hear both of them tell stories about it, because, my dad's going to elementary school. And he's told me how, like, the teacher asked all the kids, okay, where are you from? And he raised his hand. He's like, I'm from Samoa. And she said, what? Somalia? You're from Africa? And he's like, no, Samoa. It's and that was it. Like, all the kids started making fun of him. He's the only kid with brown skin in the class. And, would go out in town and get called the N-word, get scolded out of the men's bathroom and told you got to go use the colored bathroom. There's no water fountain. You got to go use the hose in the back because the water fountain is for whites only. And so, as he was so confused coming from Samoa and then Hawaii, and he's like, I'm not black. I'm like, it was at a young age, this kind of being confronted with racism, obviously, but also just confusion on his part. And that kind of was made a huge impact in his formative years in life. And so fast forward, he's going to college in California. Mom's going to University of Michigan. They both had summer jobs at Yosemite, and which is how they met. And famously,
I wonder what year that was. You know what year that was?
That would have been in the 60s. Mm-hmm. And
maybe they know Tilt. one of our frequent podcast guests, John Stryker Meyer, who ended up being a Green Beret SOG guy in Vietnam. Before he went in the Army, he went out to Yosemite and worked there in the summer.
Is he the guy who has come with some of the Vietnamese?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Those are amazing. Oh my God, I love those. Hearing from those guys, out of this world.
So they're working. So they meet. They're
working
Yosemite.
at a cafe in Yosemite.
Oh, I can
Dad's
see where this
checking
is
mom
going.
out, and asked her out, and she's like, "Okay, like let's go." She's like, "Do you play tennis?" He's like, "Yeah." he didn't play tennis at all. She's like, "Okay, cool, let's go play." As their first date, so they went out in the tennis court. She beat him 6-love. For the non-tennis players, that means 0. He got 0 points.
But I think the key word was actually love.
Exactly.
I can see where this is going.
Love and what became a very healthy competition. He then later on went and became a actual tennis pro. And they've been married now almost, I think, 53 years and still play tennis almost every day together.
That's awesome.
But that was how Mike and Carol Gabbard began, and the first time he went to visit my mom in Michigan after they were going out for a little while, and my mom, I think they were going out for a little while, and my mom had decided like she wanted to marry this guy and told my grandma. And my dad happened to be in the garage about to walk in the door and started to overhear this conversation inside the house, and heard my grandmother's response to my mom saying, "Carol, but he's not even white. How can you marry him?" And Dad was a little taken aback and turned around and went back and got in the car and went and took a little bit of time. but it was just a reflection of the complete stark differences in where they were from and, you know, their views of the world. And you know, obviously they fell in love with my dad and it was, a bringing together of two different people, two different backgrounds. And ultimately, you know, my dad took her away from the mainland and to Samoa, where they both went and as teachers. They both got jobs as teachers there. My mom was doing, she was a speech therapist, so helping kids who had different kind of speech issues. And Dad became, I think, the assistant dean of the community college there. He was an English major. And so there's 5 kids in our family, and the 3 middle kids were all born there. And then we moved to Hawaii when I was 2 years old. So Hawaii's been home for me ever since.
You get to Hawaii, and I mean, what's it like when you get there? What are your memories of growing up in Hawaii? What were your formative memories?
Yeah, so it's one of my earliest memories. So I'm 4 of 5. So my little sister is the baby of the family, and she was born in Hawaii, and she came a little sooner than expected, and so my dad delivered her at home quickly, and I watched that happen.
Oh, dang.
That was a big, strong dose of reality. And you know, I'm 3 years old at the time.
God, can you remember it?
I vaguely remember.
Or you just have PTSD.
Pretty much. I don't remember. I can't visualize it, but I do remember being somewhat traumatized by it.
Yeah. Well,
and the story goes that like my babysitter who was there also that after witnessing that, I told her like, I never, ever want to do that. But yeah, so we moved around, grew up on the island of Oahu.
What was your parents doing for work there?
They were teachers. They were teachers there. They had started kind of a small private school that we went to, and then they ended up, the school had to close down for one reason or another. But then anyway, they ended up teaching us. We were homeschooled, and they ended up teaching us and a bunch of other kind of kids in the neighborhood at home. And then they're entrepreneurs at heart. They've always been, even back in Samoa, they were teaching, but they had Mike's sports shop. They had his little sports shop. And so they've always had some kind of side gig happening and always different ideas for new businesses. And eventually they opened a kind of family style deli restaurant, healthy eating. So they've done a lot of different things in their lives. And it's always been family affairs.
Everything that's going on. Did you have involvement? Were you making sandwiches down at the deli?
I'm the one. I get to take credit for coming up with the name of the restaurant. It was called the Natural Deli, and I remember us sitting around in the family living room and having a brainstorm session. And we are all quite competitive. And the deal was whoever comes up with the name of the restaurant gets one free dinner at the restaurant.
Wow. Apparently you're competitive, but not a great negotiator.
Exactly, completely. I had no idea. I felt very victorious in my win. However, had no idea that we would pretty much be eating there every day.
And so how long were you in this homeschool before it was cool scenario?
I all the way through high school.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. And it was so there's a 5-year gap between me and my closest brother. The 3 boys are about 2 years apart, and then there's a story that my dad loves to tell, which is that after the 3 boys, my mom was like, "That's it, I'm done." She got her tubes tied. She was seriously done. She wasn't just saying it. Mm-hmm. And this is in Samoa, like way back when, where the hospital today is still probably about 20 years behind modern medicine. So it took my dad a few years, but he finally convinced her to have more kids. So she went to the hospital in Samoa. She's like, okay, got to undo what I did here. And it worked. And so my sister and I came along, and so there's a 5-year gap between us. And every birthday for me and my sister, he's like, girls, better thank me. You wouldn't be here without me. And your mom too. But
what were you thinking of when you're going to high school? What are you thinking of doing with your life?
I didn't have a specific profession in mind or career path or anything. I did understand and realize from a really young age, even before high school, that I think two big things. Number one was that I was happiest when I was doing things for other people. So, we'd go out and we'd do like beach cleanups and growing up in Hawaii, I love the ocean. I literally, I learned how to swim at Ala Moana Beach, in the shore there, and just loved our home, and from a really young age had a really deep appreciation and a kind of a sense of being a protector for our home. And so, we'd go out and do beach cleanups and do other things. And I just felt happiest when I was doing things for others, when I could be of service, and understood and realized from a young age that that's what I wanted to do. And really in a deeper spiritual way, understanding that I was happiest when being of service to God. And what better way to be of service to God than to care for and to serve God's children and this planet. So that was something that I knew, and a decision I made very early on. But what exactly that would look like, how, what path that would take, I had no idea. But I also knew, and I distinctly remember, I was probably 11 or 12, and I felt this reality that I didn't know how much time I would have in this life, and that death was something that could come at any time. And I knew that I wanted to and needed to make the most of my life and the time that I had, and understanding how precious that was.
Was there anything that triggered that? Did you lose a family member? Did you see a fish die on the beach or something like that? Or was it just something that came from?
It came from, there was no kind of external trigger. I think it really came from spending time in prayer and meditation, frankly. Because this was something that, God has been the center of, it's the center of my parents' marriage, and it's not in a sectarian way at all, just understanding, hey, real religion is love for God, and however you choose to worship, at home or a church or a temple or a mosque or however you choose to develop that relationship with God, that you're happiest, that is where you can find peace and shelter and happiness, and that I think is the foundation that allowed me at a young age to realize that truth, and not in a way that like, oh my God, I'm so scared, I'm gonna die, like I could die tomorrow. Not in a fear-filled way at all, but rather just a sense of understanding the truth. That is not only, we have no control over when our time will come, and therefore surrender to that and surrender to knowing that, hey, my life is ultimately in God's hands, and also knowing that the death of this physical body does not mean the death of me, the soul within the body. And therefore, understanding that, being free from the fear of death, but understanding also how precious this life is, and wanting to do my best to make sure that I didn't waste it.
Well, it's amazing that you and I can actually even have a conversation as two human beings, because if you're talking about when you were 10 or 11 years old, and you're thinking about what you were thinking about when you were 10 or 11 years old, first of all, I didn't think I could be killed, and that lasted until my mid-30s, I think. And then on top of that, like you're talking about serving people and helping people, and I more than anything just wanted a machine gun. Did you? So were you mentioned that religion was part of your life? What religion did you get? Obviously, that must have come from home because you were homeschooled. Yeah. So it was your parents. What sort of religious view did you all have? What was it?
It was the, I think, the deepest, truest meaning of religion itself, which is that real religion is love, cultivating a loving personal loving relationship with God. And so the backdrop on that, which is, I appreciate so much not understanding kind of what is sectarianism as a kid growing up at all. My mom grew up in a Methodist family. My dad grew up in a Catholic family. My dad went to seminary for a while. He thought he wanted to become a priest, and both in their own ways ended up coming to a point separately and then later together in wanting more than they were getting from the religious or spiritual practice that they had grown up with. And like for my dad, he's told me how in the seminary when he went, as a kid, he had grown up memorizing a verse, I think, or a prayer that said something like, in order to be happy, one must know, love, and serve God. And so as a kid, he's thinking, okay, know, love, and serve God. In order to love, like the first step of that is you have to know God. How can I know God so that I can love and serve him? And he asked one of the priests at the seminary that question, like, where and how can I know more about God? And the priest kind of patted him on the head and he said, this is a mystery, my child. This is a mystery. And so for my dad, it was like, well, that doesn't compute. How do you love someone if you can't know who they are? And so he, like, even as, I don't know, he was a teenager, I think, at the time, and that kind of planted the seed of that hunger for more knowledge and that more, having the depth of that personal relationship with God. And ultimately, they both found their ways, again, through different paths to looking at, Eastern spiritual practices and meditation, and found scriptures and teachings based in the Vedic scriptures, which come out of India and Hinduism, but that are also not sectarian. Like, you don't convert into Hinduism, you don't convert out of it. They're timeless kind of universal spiritual teachings of bhakti yoga, something called bhakti yoga, and karma yoga, bhakti yoga being a spiritual practice in seeking to live your life in loving service to God. And karma yoga, if people are familiar with the word karma, which really means action, and karma yoga meaning doing your best to take actions that have a positive impact, to be of service to others. And so those are the spiritual practices that I have in my life, and that I was introduced to from a really young age. So it's not, to answer, this is a very long answer to your question, but it's not about, like, it wasn't, like we when we went to bed, my mom would say the Lord's Prayer and read stories about, Krishna from the Bhagavad Gita. And, we'd watch Jesus of Nazareth like 1,600 times because that was one of the few movies we were allowed to watch as kids growing up. And, celebrate celebrations like Janmashtami, which is the celebration of the appearance of Krishna in this world over 5,000 years ago, and celebrate Christmas and set up the nativity scene and sing Christmas carols. And there was never, ever any sense of contradiction or having to choose one or the other. We go to mass with my grandmother when she came to town. We go to and there was no contradiction, because frankly, when you get right to the heart of it, once you get past all of the unfortunate like bureaucracy and divisiveness that exists too often, that create conflict amongst people of different spiritual practices, you just get to the heart of it. What is it? It is about loving God. And whether you call God Krishna or Allah or Jehovah, God has many names. There's one God. He has many names. And it doesn't matter. None of the superficial matters if in your heart you're doing your best to love God and to serve Him. And so that I'm grateful to have been able to realize myself from a relatively young age, and knew that is how I wanted to live my life.
So how did you end up with, so you have this really kind of heavy spiritual background.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you grounded to, like, interacting with other kids who were jerks?
Yeah.
And you know, it seems like you could be sort of a little bit sheltered in this world. I could be totally wrong, but it seems like if that's the way you're raised, and all of a sudden, you know, you go down to the market and someone says, you know, get out of my way, you little brat, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
How did you interact with the rest of the world when you were in this stage of your life?
Yeah, you know, we weren't sheltered or kind of closed off. We had a lot of, there's a lot of kids in the neighborhood, and we oftentimes, like, my mom was the head cook at the restaurant, and so she'd go in at like 2 a.m. to start cooking. We'd go in with my sister and I'd go with my dad a little later on. We'd do school in the office with him, and then spend the rest of the day like either wiping tables or hanging out with customers and just talking story, and like that was a little bit of a second home for us. You know, did gymnastics, did martial arts, did all the things. And, there was no, I don't know, separation or anything like that.
Yeah, no. So it sounds like there was balance, and
oh yeah,
working at a restaurant. That's what I should have put that together, because when you're working at a restaurant, you got customers, you got people that are happy, people that are sad, people that are mad, people that are going to tell you to go screw yourself and that your sandwich sucked, and people that are like, oh, this is wonderful, and you get all those people.
Yeah.
So you learn a lot about the world, and so that's a good balance.
Very much so. Very much so.
So sports, you just mentioned, kind of like no big deal. Martial arts, gymnastics. How into all of that were you?
Very much so. I loved gymnastics until I started to suck, because I got really like too big. I think I started to grow. And then I transitioned. I was definitely more of I tried ballet as a little girl too, and me and ballet didn't jive so well. So my sister was definitely more of like the ballerina type, and I don't know. It was not so much my flavor. So I definitely gravitated towards martial arts, and earliest did taekwondo, and started learning tai chi and Wing Chun and Filipino stick fighting, arnis, and so got introduced to a lot of different types of martial arts. And I was that kid that was told, like, okay, if you want to like toughen yourself up, you need to go across the street to the park and kick a tree trunk over and over. I was like, sweet. Awesome. I was the kid that, and maybe Echo can relate, I'd never liked wearing shoes, and would purposely, like, we'd go hiking up a mountain, and I'd be like, shoes are for weak people. I need to make my feet tough, because I don't want howly feet. So that was kind of me growing up, and maybe, having 3 older brothers who had a lot of fun. Making me and my sister do really stupid, torture's a strong word, but
We'll call them challenges.
Yeah, let's call them challenges. Challenges that really had no good outcome one way or the other for us.
Other than being tough.
Yes. Other than being tough.
Yeah, have you been to Yosemite?
I have not.
I forget which hike it was, but my son was the same way, like no shoes ever. And we hiked one of the legit hikes at Yosemite, just a day hike, but many thousands of feet of altitude and many miles of walking. And he did it barefoot, and people were walking by him, and they're just disturbed. They're looking at me like I'm the worst dad ever.
Your child.
It was literally no factor for him.
Yeah.
I mean, a zero factor, because the kid would never wear shoes ever. So that, and the kid's got tough feet. He can sprint on just gravel.
Yeah.
Are your feet still tough?
Probably not as tough, just because, I have to wear like a suit and heels and all those things for work. That was an adjustment.
Now your feet are weak.
I know. I have work to do.
Where was this, by the way? What part of Oahu did you grow up in?
So my sister was born in Wahiawa, and that's where we lived then. But most of my childhood was in Kalihi Valley, and then later was like downtown Honolulu. So little diverse, little slice of each of the different kind of cultures and communities on Oahu.
Yeah, that's good.
What year did you graduate then from high school, or graduate from homeschool?
That would have been like 97, I think.
Okay. So you get done with high school, then what? What are you doing?
So I had started an environmental nonprofit.
Because spirituality doesn't pay the rent, unfortunately. So how'd you work that out?
I had I had started, co-founded an environmental nonprofit called Healthy Hawaii Coalition. Maybe I was 16 or 17, and I was thinking about. I figured out like, okay, we're going and doing beach cleanups on the weekends, and every weekend we come back and there's more trash on the beach. Like, how do we start to try to solve the deeper problem? And came up with an idea of going and talking to elementary school kids about like, hey guys, here's why you shouldn't like throw your soda can and your chip bag on the beach, because this is our home, this is our playground, and here's what happens when you do that. And I came up with like a fun little skit called The Adventures of Water Woman. And a friend of mine who's an artist came up with like a workbook and a coloring book for kids. And I thought elementary, because, obviously kids are starting to figure things out. And so we had this 2-day program. One day was the skit and the workbook. And then the next day we actually took kids out to like a field trip and like testing water and understanding like, okay, here's like clean water versus dirty water, and why and how it gets contaminated, but in a very simple, practical way that they could really relate to in their lives. And so I was the original water woman, had like the blue board shorts and the cape with the big water drop on the back, and it was so much fun.
Pictures.
They exist. There may even be a video somewhere. I don't know, but so it was Water Woman, and her nemesis was Oily Al. And the skit was really a day in the life of Oily Al, and he'd be out there like throwing his trash out on the street, or changing the oil in his car and then dumping the dirty oil down a storm drain, dumping a bunch of pesticides in his garden, and every step of the way, Water Woman comes in just in the nick of time and saves the day and tells Oily Al like, if you dump your dirty car oil down the storm drain, it's going to kill all the fish in the water. And, when telling the kids, when you go surfing, the water's going to be really gross. And it was just the coolest thing to like see all these kids sitting cross-legged on the ground, like, first, second, third graders, and seeing kind of like the light bulb go off in their eyes, because these were examples that they could understand and relate to. And that was my hope in doing this, was that, it would at least plant a seed for them to understand and appreciate there are consequences to your actions. And we care very much about our home. And so stop and think for a minute before you do something. Or if you see uncle or auntie like, hey, auntie, don't throw your trash out the car window. and be able to start to make more of a, behavioral kind of change and impact to protect our home.
Did you get these? Now, was your dad was in politics? at some level in Hawaii, wasn't he?
He and I, so the first person in our family who actually ran for office was my mom. She ran for Board of Education. I think it was in 2000.
Oh, okay. So the water woman, that was just
predated that. Yeah.
That's just.
But that's what inspired me eventually. Like, it got to a point where, and Healthy Hawaii Coalition still exists today. There are other water women who've come after me, but she's still out there. But it got to a point where I started going to community college and with the aim of working in the TV and film industry, Leeward Community College, and started in the TV and film production course out there, and then was going to transfer to a mainland school to be able to continue that kind of education. But a couple of things happened. My financial aid package fell through, and I couldn't afford it to come to the mainland. And then the other thing was just there was an open seat in the state legislature where I lived, and I started to think about, okay, I have an opportunity here to stand on the outside. And there were other things, they wanted to build a huge landfill over one of our biggest water aquifers in Hawaii. All of our water comes from groundwater. So, I and a whole bunch of other people, we went out and got petitions, and we organized, and ultimately, thankfully, we were able to get that project canceled. But it got as far as it did because of a politician who was kind of in the pocket of the landfill company. And so I started to think, I can stand on the outside and hold a sign or circulate a petition, or I can try to put myself in a position of influence and decision making to directly impact a lot of these environmental issues that I really cared a lot about. And that's what led me to run for State House in 2002.
How old were you?
I was 21. And my dad, that was the first that my dad ran for city council that same year. So it was kind of fun for us to share. He ran for city council out in Waianae, and I was running for State House in Ewa Beach. And so our districts, like, they didn't overlap really, but they were adjacent to each other. But every morning it was like, okay, my mom would pack a lunch and send him out, and I went out and we were sign waving every day and knocking on doors every day for months. But that was both of our introduction into running for office at the same time. And for me, it was a totally foreign experience because I had no, formal education in it. I was not a part of a debate team, had not been trained to public speak in any way at all. And on top of all of that, total 100% introvert. Like, I had my circle of friends growing up, but I was so shy, and I was fine with it because I just hung out with who I wanted to hang out with. But anybody outside of that, I would not. I wouldn't talk to people. I'd make my sister go out and talk to people, and I'd read books and do my martial arts and yoga and just do my thing. And so to then choose to put myself in a position where I'd have to learn how to give speeches. I'd have to figure out how to pick up the phone and call total strangers, which was anxiety inducing in and of itself. But not only do that, but ask them like, hey, would you like to donate to my campaign for State House? To then go, like, I'll never forget the first day I went to go knock on doors. Like, I knew enough I'd done enough research to know, okay, if I'm going to run for this seat, I'm going to run to win. And in order to do that, I have to convince this many people to vote for me in order to win this race. And so I had the math figured out, and I had the voting list, people's addresses and names, and literally got on the computer, made like this black and white kind of janky brochure saying this is who I am. And so I had, copies of that I went and made at the copy shop, and I sat in my car. It's like a aqua colored Geo Metro, 2-door Geo Metro, on Old Ewa Beach Road in Waipahu. And it took me about 30 minutes in the car to summon up the courage to go knock on that first door. And I was terrified, absolutely terrified, just thinking of every scenario that could possibly go wrong, but also like, what are the first words that need to come out of my mouth? And then what if they ask me this question? What if I don't know the answer? Just all of these different things. And you know, like one knocked on the first door, and like this wonderful old Filipino lady answered the door, and she's like, "Hey, how are you?" She's wonderfully kind and offered me a glass of water, and like the whole thing's like, oh my God, okay. Then went through the whole scenario all over again for the next door. Mm-hmm. Whole scenario, like every single door was a major obstacle for me, and ultimately, like, why put myself through this, and how did I get through it? It really just that groundedness and the ability to step way outside of anything I was comfortable with came from that desire to serve, and knowing that ultimately reminding myself, like, why do you care so much about yourself? This is not about you. If you wanted to do something for yourself, you would certainly not be doing this. You'd be out surfing right now. And that was my introduction into elected politics.
So you won. Did your dad win?
I won, and he won. Yep. And my mom was serving. She served 1 4-year term in the Board of Education. So for 2 years, from 2002 to 4, the three of us were all like serving in different buildings, all in the same kind of, quarter square mile area in Honolulu. It was fun. And
obviously, you liked it at some level. You liked the impact that you were able to have because you carried on with this sort of life.
I never once thought, when I won that election, it was a 5-way Democratic primary first that I had to get through, and then a general election that I got through. I liked the impact, but I never once thought that I want to have a career, quote unquote career, in politics. I was absolutely not attached to that. I thought, okay, hey, this is something I can do now, and I'll make the most of it. And then, we'll see where it goes. And I ended up serving just 1 term there because of Iraq.
So when did September 11th happen? Or where were you at the time?
Yeah, so I was just starting my campaign to run for the State House when that happened.
And at what point did you decide you wanted to enlist in the National Guard in Hawaii?
I knew in some way when 9/11 happened, and obviously we're in Hawaii, we're 6 hours behind New York on that day. So we woke up to turning on the news, and it had already happened. And I think like everybody in our country, it deeply impacted me in a way that I felt almost right away that I wanted to do something to go after and defeat the terrorists that attacked us then. I just didn't quite know exactly how to do that, because I had already made a decision to pursue this particular path of being able to serve Hawaii. And so eventually I felt that I had learned about the National Guard and what it's about, and serve your state in its time of need, but also be ready to stand up and serve your country, and decided to enlist in early 2003 because I felt that would be a way that I could accomplish both objectives, essentially.
Did you have familiarization with the military because of your grandfather that had spent his whole career in the Army and in the Air Force, or were
Not
you
really? Just through stories. He passed away while I was still relatively young, and because he and my grandmother lived in Samoa, we didn't get a ton of time together. my dad had and his high school best friend had tried to enlist to serve in Vietnam. They had both gone to, I guess it would have been MEPS or some sort of version of it, and they both walked in together and went into different rooms to go through all the medical exams and stuff. He wanted to be a medic. And when they came out, my dad had been rejected for medical reasons. It may have been flat feet or something like that. And he was totally heartbroken, but his best friend came out and was enlisted. And so ended up going and serving in Vietnam. But it was something that my dad always wished that he had been able to do, just to be able to serve. And so that was pretty much the most of my personal. No one else in my family. Some of my uncles had served, but again, we're in Hawaii, so like we don't, we don't get to see them or hang out with them that much.
So you show up to you go to boot camp.
Yeah.
Where was
So
boot camp?
I was in the state legislature at the time, and so I had to took the ASVAB and everything. The recruiter's like, yeah, you can have whatever job you want. Just tell me what you want to do. And literally made the decision. I was like, look, my session is done on this date, and then I got to be back by this date. So find me a basic training and an AIT that can fit within this 5-month period. I got to knock it all out at once. And so I ended up in a medical operations or something like that, because the AIT was only 7 weeks long. I was like, I want to do combat journalism or something like that, but you got to go to school for 6 months or whatever. But so I shipped out right after the legislative session was done. I enlisted on the floor of the State House, and went to Fort Jackson in the summer of 2003. Managed to not get noticed by the drill sergeants for my political job until like week 7 of 9, which I was pretty happy about, and only got found out because me and my assigned battle buddy, we were pulling duty at like the battalion headquarters one afternoon, like watching the door or whatever it was, and the battalion sergeant major walked in and did what sergeant majors do, like, hey, privates, how are you, and where do you come from, and what'd you do before you joined the Army, and that whole conversation. And so he talked to my battle buddy first, and she told him, I think she was from the Midwest, and she's like, yeah, so I was working at McDonald's and decided to join the military, and this is what I want to do. And he's like, oh, that's great, it's great. And what about you? It's like, oh yeah, I'm from Hawaii, and I'm a state representative there, and this is what I want to do. And he just looked at me. He's like, wait, you said what? you do what? He's like, how come I don't know about this? He asked me that. How come I don't know about this? It's like, I don't know. The in processing paperwork that says what is your civilian occupation, I wrote it down and turned it in, but who's your drill sergeant? And I knew it was all downhill. All downhill for me from there.
Going from Hawaii, like the kind of cruising mode of Hawaii.
Yeah.
Which I know it sounds like there's a little bit of, there's also like this whole competitive thing with your family, and you're obviously were driven because you're out creating these things and running for office and all this. But I mean, all of a sudden you're in boot camp. Mm-hmm. Was it a shock?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be worried if it wasn't a shock. But I'm really, I'm happy that I went in with the perspective of at least just understanding that whatever the madness is, there's a purpose to it. And don't get, I've always been a pretty chill person, and I don't get freaked out by that much. And, so I actually, in a very weird and twisted way, really loved it. Mm-hmm. It was the camaraderie and the kind of bond that is built in a very short period of time with a whole bunch of strangers from all over the country, knowing that and appreciating that, like, all of us are there for the same reason. All of us are there for the same purpose. Whatever the motivating decision was to enlist really didn't matter. That, we all wore the same uniform and all on the same team. I loved it.
How long after you got back from boot camp and AIT was it that you went on your first deployment?
Came back home at the end of 2003 from training, and then the 29th Brigade Combat Team from the Hawaii National Guard was activated. I want to say the notification came out in the summer of 2004. I was campaigning for my reelection at that point in time, and remember going in and taking a break from knocking on doors again. And I got an email at home, checked my email at home, and got the notification of the deployment. But I was not on the deployment roster because they already had somebody who filled that job in the field medical company. And so I immediately called my commander and just said, hey, like, what's the deal here? I don't see my name on the roster. And he said, Tulsi, congratulations. Like, you get to stay home. You don't have to go. And that bothered me a lot. And I just said, no. I just, I knew that there was no way I could stay back. And that to, sit in my office in the state capitol and watch everybody leave was not an option for me. And so I continued the conversation with my commander, and I just said, sir, I'm going. Tell me what job I need to get trained in that you need filled so that I can go. And that's what happened. So I publicly withdrew from my reelection campaign. It was too late to take my name off the ballot, but told everybody, like, I'm not running for reelection. Volunteered to fill this position, and we restarted our active duty train up. I think it was in August of that year of 2004, and then we were in country in early January 2005.
What job did you get trained for? What billet did you fill?
It was medical logistics, so supply, which, as
and you're a specialist at this point?
Yeah, I was an E4.
That's
kind of a fresh E4. And as you know, like, okay, I filled the position, but once we actually got there, I ended up filling a position that was previously held by an E7 as the brigade surgeon operations person. And so kind of was working, like line of duty paperwork and injuries and tracking supplies for all of our medics and docs and PAs who were attached to all of like the infantry units and also every day just tracking, going through the report every day for our brigade commander of looking name by name down this list of casualties that had occurred in the previous 24 hours to see if there was anyone there from our nearly 3,000 person brigade and make sure that they were getting taken care of, whether in country to stay in country or getting them evacuated, and staying with them and tracking their care every step of the way until eventually they made their way home.
Where were you actually stationed in Iraq?
We were in Balad in LSA Anaconda. Most of us were there. That was kind of the base. And then we had units in Camp Victory in Baghdad and in a couple other kind of smaller FOBs out in different areas. And so I moved around. I moved around a little bit, kind of going out and visiting some of our units and checking in on them where they were. But that was primarily where I spent most of the time.
And what was that deployment like from, your perspective now, looking back? What kind of lessons did you bring back? What did you learn from that deployment to Iraq?
A lot. Yeah, I came back, and my family told me this after. I don't think I fully realized how much I had changed, but it was something that they immediately noticed in coming back, just more sober and more focused, And that really came from, I talked a little bit about how realizing from a young age, like death can come at any moment. Well, that's a philosophical realization. And being there, that became very real very quickly. And, there was, have you been there? Did you ever pass through there?
When I went to Balad, I'd be there for like 20 minutes
Yeah.
and go to a meeting and leave. So
Yeah.
I barely remember anything about Balad.
Did you come in on like vehicle or
Helicopter.
bird? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was within the first couple of days of us arriving there, it's a big camp,
Yeah.
massive. And so, kind of was going out and like, okay, orienting myself, where's everything at? And I noticed right away at the north gate of that camp, at least at that time, I don't know if it's still there, but there was a big, huge sign that someone had put up on, that you would see every time you leave camp out through the north gate, which is where most of our patrols use that gate. That the sign read, "Is today the day?" And I just remember being stopped in my tracks and just taking a minute to take that in and the meaning of it, so that none of us would ever forget that today could be the day. And that was the welcome message. And it really, it hit home so much in that daily task that I had of actually seeing names of people who I never knew, people in different parts of who were serving different parts of the country, but also people who I did know, whose names would pop up on that list every single day that I went through. And recognizing again how precious life is, and any day, any moment, that could be your last. And then of course we had unfortunately, we lost a lot of people during that deployment. And to me, it really changed everything for me, because ultimately coming home, I knew there was absolutely no way that I could just go back to the life that I had left behind, as though I didn't just experience it. Like the people are like, oh, you're going to go back and run for your seat in the state legislature. You're going to pick this up, and kind of like hit the play button on my life that had been paused. And it was impossible. I didn't even think about it, because I knew that somehow this experience that I had, I wanted to do something positive with it, in being able to impact the kinds of decisions that took us all to that war in the first place.
So then what was the next move when you get home? Is it now 2005?
2006.
2006.
Yeah,
when
so
you
we
get
were
home.
in country for a year, and then had the demobilization when we came back. And so it was 2006, and I was trying to figure out, okay, what am I going to do? There was no obvious answer to the question that I was asking, which was how can I take this and turn it into something positive? Ultimately, I ended up volunteering. One of our U.S. senators from Hawaii at that time, Senator Akaka, was being challenged in a primary election, which kind of unheard of. Mm-hmm. The power of incumbency is very real. Plus, he's like the kindest, most aloha guy you will ever meet in your entire life. No one has a bad thing to say about him, but he got this challenge that came out of nowhere, and I didn't know him at all personally. I had no personal relationship whatsoever. The guy challenging him, I did have some interaction with that was not positive, and so I was like, okay, I'm going to go volunteer full time for Senator Akaka, make sure that he wins his reelection. And he did, and I don't know if he was already, or I think he was, after the reelection, he became the chairman of the U.S. Senate Committee for Veterans Affairs. And so after volunteering on the campaign, his chief of staff said, hey, do you want to come and work in Washington? And as a legislative aide and help him with that work on the committee and environment and energy, natural resource, a few other areas. And so that's what I did. I ended up going and working with him in Washington for a couple of years. Went through OCS while I was there. And
how'd you get an OCS billet? Did you graduate college somewhere along the way?
Good question. I forgot about that part. I was working. I was while in Iraq working on my degree.
Got it.
Going in the education center tent, and like, okay, sometimes you got mortars coming in, and the alarm sounds. You got to go in the bunker and come back out, and so yeah, I was continuing my education while I was there. And I had gotten just enough credits. You needed 60 credits to go to OCS, and I had just enough credits to go. And I was still working on my degree when I was in DC, and I was, working there. And so I was kind of working full time and doing school at night. But yeah, slid in, and then I think you needed 90 credits to get your commission or something like that.
So you still had to keep squeaking them out.
So I just, I barely squeaked by.
And then, so you go to OCS. Is it anything shocking about OCS? Anything that was...
I knew obviously OCS is to train leaders, but I didn't know going in, the depth of that. I mean, that was why I wanted to go through OCS. When I graduated from basic training, I was like, I want to be the Sergeant Major of the Army one day. All about it. And then, I got a deployment under my belt and got to witness some examples of great leadership, also some examples of leaders that were lacking in a lot of areas, and especially in a deployed setting in a dangerous way. And that made a major impact for me coming back to say, okay, same thing. Like, I can complain about having shitty leaders, or I can actually go and try to be a good leader of soldiers. And I tell kids who come and ask me like, hey, I think I want to join the military, become an officer. Very biased. Yes, you can go do the West Point thing, and that's great. Highly, highly, highly recommend OCS, because it is intense. It is relatively short. And it is just like, it is the essentials of it provides you with the essential tools to begin your leadership path. And I loved it so much that I ended up going back as a TAC officer after I had gotten a deployment as a platoon leader under my belt. And then I loved it even more.
How long is Army OCS?
So there's the active duty Army OCS at Fort Benning, which is, I think, maybe between 3 and 4 months. I went through an accelerated National Guard OCS in Alabama at Fort McClellan that uses the same program of instruction as the Fort Benning program, but just condenses it down to, I think it was maybe 10 weeks. Mm-hmm. And the difference is like they get weekends off at Fort Benning. Mm-hmm. Like, they get to use computers and phones and like that. And we got none of that. It was 7 days a week, 4 a.m. to midnight, all op orders, like no access to technology whatsoever. So everything you were doing, it was like you're writing your 6-page op order yourself. And, it sucked as you're going through it, of course, but I'm old enough now. I'm approaching 18 years now in the Army Reserves. And so I'm like one of those old people who's like, man, you guys got it so good now. Back in the day. Back in the day.
So then you go on another deployment. And this time you go to Kuwait. You're in Kuwait that time?
Yeah. Yeah. We were, it was a different mission for the brigade, and kind of each of the battalions were tasked out in a lot of different areas. A lot of our infantry battalions or cav battalions were doing convoy security from within Kuwait in and out of Iraq. My platoon was attached to a field artillery battalion, and I'm so grateful for this, but we were physically located very, very far away from the flagpole, and the big bases that exist in Kuwait. So we were within an active Kuwaiti naval base. And right on the water, which, it's my gig. I got to be close to the water if I can. But our main mission, the artillery battalion had kind of a force protection mission But my platoon, we had two things. One was kind of security, like high level security. If we had VIPs coming into Kuwait, and we worked with the embassy a lot, we did a lot of stuff in and around the embassy. So like PSD, like personal security. We did security for a lot of the ammunition movements from the ports to where they had to go. And then also I had a training mission, which was the fun one for me. It was being able to go and train the Kuwaiti army on, marksmanship, basic, how to clear a building. What do you do if you're dealing with like a civil disturbance or a riot? Like riot control.
Tulsi. I like it. Tactical Tulsi teaching the road clearances. Hell yeah.
It was interesting for me though, because I platoon leader for a military police platoon in Kuwait, where I didn't realize until we got there, they don't allow women on their bases at all. It doesn't matter if you're the general's wife or you're a janitor. There are no women.
What if you're Tulsi Gabbard?
Tulsi Gabbard showed up. And I really didn't know when we rolled up like that first day to go in and meet the unit and meet the unit commander. Obviously I'm in uniform and my hair is up. I got, a big ball of hair on the back of my head, and I didn't know what they were going to do at the gate.
Did you have other females in your platoon?
I had two females in my platoon. There were, one was an E3 and one was an E4. The rest were, these are guys who are working state, local, or federal law enforcement, mostly at home in their civilian jobs. And just about all of them had at least one or two deployments under their belt. And so they're seasoned, experienced guys. But yeah, so I showed up on day one and, kind of showed my ID card at the gate, and the gate guard didn't really know what to do, but he saw the American flag and he was like, well, okay, go ahead. And so my partner in this was a master sergeant at E8, and super, super cool, easygoing guy. And so we went and we started to, we got introduced to the guys that we'd be training. We ended up doing a number of iterations of different groups of guys, but kind of went down the line, shaking hands and saying hello. And there was probably half of the Kuwaiti guys who I was invisible. There certainly was no shaking of hands, certainly no eye contact or even acknowledgement that I was standing there. And, okay, got it. Challenge. How do you go from like, I don't exist in your universe to actually being able to help provide you with some instruction and develop the rapport necessary to be able to do that. And, so I kind of drawing from maybe the aloha in Hawaii of just recognizing, hey, we're different people, different backgrounds, different language, different culture, different everything. But I respect you. And, I'm going to treat you with that aloha, that respect. And gradually I started to see the ice kind of started to thaw. And ultimately, when we're out on the range and I'm walking up and I'm telling them like, hey, like, okay, here's this, like basic safety things. And then like, okay, I'm going to show you how to do it. And gradually it got to the point, and I knew I had made progress when we sat down for lunch and they started to share their lunch with me. It's all like food is the ultimate, bridge builder. And I knew once we were like, hey, like, yeah, here, try my food. Like, oh yeah. Oh, awesome. Like, cool. Yeah, that's really good. And it got to the point where, on their graduation day of that first group, their commander had everybody in the room, everybody was seated there, getting all the graduation certificates and everything. And their commander asked me to come forward and presented me with this plaque of appreciation and thanks. And there were some American civilians who were also working that mission, and they had been there longer than we had. And they said, Tulsi, afterward, they're like, Tulsi, I hope you understand what a big deal that was for this Kuwaiti military officer. The traditional bearded Muslim man, to recognize the accomplishments of a woman. And I was very grateful to have been able to experience that and recognizing the bigger significance that, not so much about like, well, this is about women's rights or empowerment, but more so about how to overcome seemingly impossible barriers to get to a place where you have mutual professional respect and understanding, and the power of that alone. And there are obvious parallels that we could point to in today's world here in America, but
no, that's an awesome story. And lately I've been talking a lot about the fact that if you want respect, you got to give respect. If you want people to listen to you, you got to listen to them. If you want to have influence over people, you've got to allow them to influence you. And if you want to build trust with people, you got to trust them.
Yes.
And it's interesting, you kind of captured, well, at least for sure, the respect part is aloha, right? It's the aloha spirit of, hey, you know what? You're a little bit different than me, but it's all good. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And that way of building relationships is so much better than you saying, hey, look, I might be a woman. You might not think I'm here, but I am a second lieutenant in the United States Army, and you will. Like, okay, good luck with that. Exactly. You never would have made any progress at all.
None.
And so taking a little bit of aloha, apparently with a little lunch as well, goes a long way over time.
Yeah.
And people want to be confrontational because it seems like, well, it's the least offensive thing to your ego, right? When someone looks at you or doesn't look at you, treats you like you're not there, that can be a blow to your ego that your ego can't repress it. It just has to come out. Your ego has to say, you will look at me, damn it. I am Tulsi. Listen to me. You have to listen. And all those things, even though it seems like it would be, this direct, I just need to be direct with them and tell them that it's like, okay, I'm telling you that attitude doesn't work. And look, we're talking about a pretty serious cultural divide.
Yeah.
But it happens with everything. It happens if you and I are trying to figure out how to execute a mission, and you think we should do it one way and I think we should do it a different way, and I tell you, well, Tulsi, that's because you haven't done this kind of operation before, or because you haven't been in as long as me, or because you went to OCS and I went to West Point, so therefore I know better. All those things are wrong. All those things are going to make it harder for us to come to the best possible decision, which is what we want. So putting your ego in check, add a little aloha to that, and we can actually make some progress. And unfortunately, it's kind of like what I started off talking about. If you have an idea about something, and I have an idea about something, and my default mode is to say you're freaking wrong. How are we gonna talk about it? How are we gonna actually figure out what to do? No, you stay on your side and I'll stay on my side, and we won't do anything, which is a freaking nightmare.
Yeah. And that's where I see the parallel in that experience with the aloha that I strived to bring every day to my work in Washington. Is you start with, finding that common ground, even with such incredible stark differences that are real. You start with, okay, what is the common ground that we can stand on comfortably together, coupled with what is our shared objective? What is the thing that we are trying to accomplish, and recognizing that whatever your personal feelings may be, however strong they may be, what your views are, ultimately, if you can find some commonality in both of those places, then you recognize that it's not about you. It's about this shared goal and purpose that you have. And then you'll find a way. You'll figure it out.
Again, this is another thing I've been talking a lot about lately is, if you and I can get aligned, we can come to a solution. But we sometimes have to go pretty high up the ladder of alignment to get to a point where it actually meets. So we have a mission, and you want to attack the target from the left, and I want to attack the target from the right. Well, that's okay, as long as we both know that we want to secure that target. That's what we want to do. And then all one of us has to do is put our ego in check for 15 seconds and say, you know what, Tulsi, attacking from the right sounds good. Let's do it your way.
Right.
Because I just want to get the target secured. That's what I want to do. That's okay. Where we also get into a problem is agendas. Now, you have an agenda where you want your platoon to do it, and I want my platoon to do it. So then we have to rise above those agendas. Now, it's possible that your agenda's still aligned with the goal. You want to get the target secured? Great. You want your platoon to do it? You know what? If I can put my ego in check for 15 seconds and say, you know what, sounds good, Tulsi. Why don't you take your platoon can take lead and I'll support you.
Right.
Sounds good. All I want to do is get the mission done.
Exactly.
And people run around in circles and attack each other. And the worst part, they never make progress. They never make it to the target because they can't even come to any kind of agreement.
Yeah. That sounds exactly like one of the first things I was introduced to as a new member of Congress, where the message was delivered very clearly from the leadership within the Democratic Party, and some of my Republicans went through some of the same stuff on their side. So this isn't about one party or another, but the message being like, hey, look, this is about winning the election. And if we're in power, it's about keeping power. If we are not in power, it's about how do we get it back. And so if there's a bill, for example, that deals with whatever, let's say it deals with transportation, something about as universally agreed upon as you can get, like we need to move from A to B, all of us do. So if there's a bill on transportation infrastructure and it's introduced by a Republican, you don't support that bill. You should support one that could be virtually identical as long as there's a Democrat name at the top that's leading that effort, because that will allow the Democrat person and the Democratic Party to then take credit for it, which will then be put on a brochure or a TV ad that you can use in the next campaign, which will get us closer to getting power or maintaining power.
And this is where we run into problems in the world.
Yeah.
Is when ultimately we're not aligned. That's where the actual problem comes in, is if where you want to go, the target that you want to hit is not the same as the target that I want to hit. Mm-hmm. And then we can't overcome these problems because we are not going to the same place. They're not the same place. So how are we going to go? We can't be at two places at once. Mm-hmm. We're either going to your place or my place. And that's where we run into a problem when people are saying, well, the main point of us doing this is to get power, not to help American people, not to move transportation in a good direction, but just so we get reelected. Yeah. And if that's what the goal is, we can't get aligned, and it's a problem.
And that is exactly where the lack of alignment exists, because you have a political infrastructure where both political parties are ultimately, and this is not every single person, right, but if you look at the goals of the leadership of both parties, it is about power. So, right, I served in Congress for 8 years. For the first half of my time there, Republicans were in charge, Democrats were in the minority. And then Democrats won and took over the House. Democrats are in charge, Republicans in minority. And you just see it play out where whoever's in power is trying to keep power, whoever's not is trying to take it. And there's no alignment because they're looking out for their own interests, for the parties, and they are not ultimately making decisions about what legislation comes to the House floor or what issues are being tackled based on what's in the best interest of the country, which is where that alignment must be. And it's how our system of governance was set up, that not that you have everybody as part of one party or marching in lockstep or having all of the same views, but instead that you bring the diversity of different views, experiences, and backgrounds and ideas by having in the House of Representatives 435 people from all across the country, all elected by constituents in their districts, who can then bring their ideas, where you have debate and conversation. You have bills that theoretically go through committee where you can offer amendments and try to strengthen whatever the proposal might be, or kill it if it's a bad idea. And then you've got to vote on the floor. Like, this is Civics 101 that we learn about in school. It does not exist in reality, though, today, because instead of figuring out, hey, how do we work out our differences and come to that same goal of, like, how do we fix all of the potholes in our roads in Hawaii and all over the country? Okay, we need to invest in some infrastructure. How do we do that? How much money? How is this best going to be executed? Instead, and we saw this play out over, I remember when Trump first got elected, reporters asked me, what do you think, Tulsi, is the one thing, like, what's the low-hanging fruit where bipartisan agreement and work is possible? I and most other people said infrastructure. Every community needs it. This is a domestic job creator that actually solves real problems that need to be solved. it never happened. There was no infrastructure bill that even really came before Congress for any serious consideration. And why is that? Like the most low-hanging fruit that everybody agrees on that objective didn't happen because of partisan differences and an unwillingness to say, okay, yeah, Democrats had a certain idea and a certain dollar amount, Republicans had a different idea and a different dollar amount, but there was never any real good faith, serious effort to say, okay, where can we meet in the middle? What am I willing to give up? What are you willing to give up so that we can actually start to deliver on fulfilling the needs, the very real needs that exist within our communities?
So I know you said not everyone is so entrenched, but what percentage of people are entrenched on the left and the right?
I would say most. And not because they're bad people necessarily, but if you look at the system that exists, the power that the political parties have is massive. And unfortunately, there are too few people who go to Washington willing to buck that power and deal with the consequences of that. And the consequences being, hey, if you don't toe the party line, then if you've got a tough challenge in your reelection campaign, we're not going to help fund TV ads for you, for example, or we're not going to deploy resources to support you, or we'll pull you off the committee that you're on that you really like, or maybe we're not going to consider your bill. We won't allow your bill to come to the floor for a vote. And sometimes these are very direct statements that are made, and sometimes they're signals that are sent in an indirect way. And so the result of having too few people who are willing to kind of stand up and make decisions purely based on merit versus the political pressures is you end up having a lot of people who either enjoy and get right into playing the political games and are all about it. And then you have other people who maybe unwillingly or are even as they are disheartened, but feel like they have no other option than to play the game. And so and frankly, it's because they see people like me. President Obama was president during, I was sworn into Congress in 2013. So his first 4 years, and then I had President Trump as president for the last 4 years that I was in Congress. And in both cases, if there was an issue that I agreed on, whether it was Obama or Trump, I spoke out and said it. If there was an issue I disagreed on, Obama or Trump, I spoke out and said it, which is kind of heresy in Washington, because the expectation is, even if it's the same exact scenario, the same exact situation, if it's your person in the White House and you don't like it, you don't say anything. Mm-hmm. But if it's the other party, then, the world is going to end. Look at this terrible thing. And it's such a blatant double standard and so hypocritical. I think this is one of the reasons why voters are just like, come on, like, we can see what you're doing.
So ridiculous.
Exactly. But, they exist within this bubble where I've talked about this before. It's kind of like high school. There is a popularity contest, and it's both people, it's this ecosystem where people really care a whole lot about what parties they're invited to or who answers their phone calls. As far as politicians.
I'm just going to point this out because I've heard you talk about this before. You're not saying like, oh, it's like high school where people care about what parties they're invited to. You're saying people actually are thinking, well, Tulsi didn't invite me to that party, so we're going to step on her bill that she put forth.
I'll give you an example. It is literal. It's not like, it's not an analogy. It's literal. There was, in the pre-COVID world and maybe even in the pre-Trump world, the White House Correspondents' Dinner is like the big event of the year. And it is hosted by the media, for the media, and you only get invited as a politician if someone in the media invites you to go as your guest. It's kind of like Washington, D.C.'s Oscars kind of gala type situation. So, it's all of the fancies, everything, and Hollywood celebrities fly in for it, and it's a really big thing. And I remember, I happened to get an invitation to go the first year I was there without knowing anything about what it was. And I was talking to some of my colleagues. They're like, Tulsi, you got this guy, my friend, he's like, I've been here 7 years and I've never been invited to that. Like, hook a brother up kind of thing. And it was so surreal to me, especially because having gone from that, where I was invited to go to that or other things, like the first few years I was there. And then, I stopped getting those invitations because, like, hold on a second, she's actually like challenging whatever the narrative is, or challenging decisions made within her own party, or saying or doing things that didn't fall within the mainstream of popularity in Washington, D.C. And so I've experienced the arc of like, okay, you're cool, you seem kind of cool, and like, you're a surfer, you're a veteran, you're this, you're that, and then all of a sudden, like, oh wait, hold on, you actually have something to say? That's not just whatever literally the emailed talking points are of the day. Then it turns into something else.
Let's rewind it a little bit to when you actually ran. So you get home from in what, 2009 you get home?
2009. I came back from my second deployment in 2009 and kind of faced a similar pivotal decision point on what to do next. And just like the first deployment, I came back with this same kind of sense of purpose and mission of wanting to find a way to be in a position where I could help influence decisions or make decisions about our country's foreign policy and about our military, and but didn't know exactly what or how I would do that. There was no obvious choice. At that time, I had applied for something called the White House Fellows Program, which I thought would have been a great opportunity, where basically it's a highly competitive. Have you heard of it before?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's this highly competitive program that ultimately, if selected, you serve for a year as a senior special assistant to a cabinet member or to the president or the vice president. So you kind of, jumping your way up to directly being able to help influence and impact issues. So I had applied for that, got through to the regional finals, and then got through to the final interviews, which was, I think, 3 days of assessment, essentially, which consisted of, we were told, okay, as soon as you arrive there, you're being assessed by the judges. I think there were 12 judges, and ultimately they would choose probably 12 people out of maybe there are 20 of us there. And so whether it was the welcoming reception or these actual boards, essentially, that you would go individually and sit before, there's, I think 4 different boards of 3 judges, and, do a Q&A kind of thing. And then there was something that they gave us an exercise where all of us who were there, we had to pull names or positions out of a hat. And so I think the position I got was White House Chief of Staff. Someone else was the president. Someone else was the vice president. And then they say, okay, here's the scenario. I don't remember exactly. It's something like country X has just launched an attack on us, and you've convened a meeting in the Situation Room. Execute. Like, you've got 15 minutes to prepare, and then you go and execute. And so role-playing scenario, kind of wargaming thing, and the judges are just standing there watching and just trying to figure out, okay, what are the dynamics, and who are the alphas, and who's taking charge, and who's just like the wallflower sitting on the edge, and how do you make decisions, thought process, that kind of stuff. It was a really cool experience. Long story short, I didn't get picked.
Why don't you think you got picked?
I don't know. I really don't know. I sought out a couple of the judges that I had developed a little bit of a rapport with to kind of get some feedback. And this was part of the thing, like every step of the way, people who were former White House fellows who had given me some mentorship on how to approach the process in advance. And some of the judges, like, they were like, oh, you're a shoo-in. You are exactly the kind of person that this program was built for. And so I stupidly had started to believe all of that, and went through it and was careful and did my preparation and went into it. But in my mind, I had already told myself, like, You got this. Like, you're in. And then, so when I was riding the metro in DC, and I remember getting off at Union Station and coming up the escalator, and then my phone buzzed with a voicemail. Of course, I was waiting for the call, and the voicemail said, "Hi, Tulsi. We regret to inform you." And so for that moment, I was just like, I was incredibly disappointed, obviously. But then had to reset and be like, okay, so like that's off the table. And so I ended up, I knew that I was continuing to see what can I do. And I ended up running for and getting elected to the Honolulu City Council and focusing on those potholes and, trash and sewers and parks and law enforcement for 2 years. Until my former boss, Senator Akaka, retired from the U.S. Senator, announced he was retiring, and the one of the members of Congress said that she was going to run for his seat, which left a vacancy in the House, and ultimately that's where I made the decision. I made the decision to run knowing that specifically in the United States Congress, I would be exactly where I needed to be to try to influence and impact those decisions.
Was it a tough campaign? I mean, it seems
incredibly tough.
Who are you going against?
There were 6 people who ran. It's strong Democratic state, so the real election is the primary election, and there were 6 people who were running in that Democratic primary. But the main person who was kind of the assumed winner of the election, even 9 months out from the election, was a guy who had just run for and lost a race for governor, but who was also the former mayor of Oahu, the city and county of Honolulu.
Oof.
And so, just for some perspective, our state has about 1.4 million population, around 980,000 of which live on Oahu. And the district that we were running for, there's 2 members of Congress from Hawaii. One is kind of the urban representative that has almost the whole south shore of Oahu, the kind of densely urban populated area. And then the other member of Congress, which was the seat that I was running for, has the west side, north shore, and east side of Oahu, and all of the neighbor islands. And so I came into this with, I think it was about 2% known name recognition in that district, because my city council district was actually in the other it was in the urban part of Oahu. So there was, again, no overlap in those districts. And the guy, the front runner in the race, he had everybody in the state knew who he was. He also had a little bit of baggage that came with having just been the mayor, and that's a whole other conversation. But so the challenge was pretty great to go from like 3% against 100%, and somehow I had to try to cover that gap. And I just, I remember meeting with some of the political, elders, for lack of a better word, in Hawaii, and letting them know that, and people I had decent relationships with, letting them know that I was going to run and why, and getting a lot of patronizing responses back saying, Tulsi, I think I was 30 at the time, 31. You're young. You have no chance against this guy. So just, don't waste your time and come back and try again in like 20 years. You'll be great in 20 years. And I was like, I don't operate on that timeline.
So you were like, hold my beer.
Pretty much.
Did you just go super aggressive? How the hell did you make up that kind of distance?
Well, so first I had to, fundraising is a huge thing, because I needed to be able to have the resources to let people know I existed and who I am. First of all, just my name, period. And then to let them know, my experience and my background and why I was wanting to serve them in Congress. And so, we started out just like putting signs up around the district and hoping that would cause for people to say, who's Tulsi Gabbard? Like, what is this about? And it was a lot of time going and doing what I called the most extensive job interview ever, where I went and traveled to each island and spent a lot of time in communities with individuals, with groups, small groups, large groups, introducing myself to them and answering their questions and letting them know why I wanted to serve them in Congress, what kind of leadership I would bring, where I stood on different issues that they cared about. And ultimately what happened was 5 months before Election Day, I was polling at 20% to the front runner's 65, and then the rest was split between the other people. And I was like, awesome, progress.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Exactly. Exactly. And I just continued, I was on the phone and I was asking people for support and raising money, and then also out on the road, just, 7 days a week, all day. And it was an incredible experience. Election Day comes around in August of 2012, and all the way up until about 2 weeks before the election, the local media and even some of the national coverage was just like, this guy's got it. I had heard from other people he was already interviewing staff a few months before the election that he planned to hire once he won. Our debate, we had one big televised debate. We had a few others, but there was one big televised debate. I passed him in the hall right before the debate, and he was singing that song, Black Eyed Peas, I think. Tonight's gonna be a good night. As he looked back at me, and I have been told I killed it in the debate, and that was where a lot of people first started to take notice, like, who is she? And I think it may have caught him by surprise just a little bit, but still, like, all the way up until about 2 weeks before, it was like, he's got it. And then some of the polls started to shift, and some of the local news, they were like, wait, this can't be right. These polls can't be right, because you can't see a big turnaround. I ended up winning the primary election, going from that 20% 5 months before to actually beating him by a 22% margin on Election Day. And it was people
Tonight's
in
gonna
DC.
be a good night for Tulsi.
People in DC, like, the next day, they're like, okay, like, what scandal caused him to allowed you to win, essentially, or what was the thing that that happened? And there was none. It was literally, I think, the difference between someone who felt they were entitled to the position because of a number of reasons, and me recognizing what the position really is. It's a position of trust and responsibility that is granted to you by the voters in the state, and they are the ones who I'm accountable to and who I work for. And our local kind of Walter Cronkite, anchor of our news station, who's been doing it forever, longer than I've, probably for about 30 or 40 years. He's still on TV now. He's a Vietnam veteran. And that election night, he was reporting the results, and he actually started to get choked up and got a little tearful because he understood why I was running, bringing that experience of service and having been deployed, and the significance of that I was going to Congress not for myself, but that I was bringing my brothers and sisters in uniform with me. It was a heavy night. I mean, it was, there were parties and things going on, but I remember leaving the hall that night on election night, and my sister was walking out with me, and she's like, Tulsi, you're allowed to celebrate, you're allowed to be happy about this. But I was immediately like, okay, all right, these are the results. What are we waking up and doing tomorrow? What's the next task? What do we have to do now in order to make sure that we hit our next mark? And that's and that's kind of the focus that I carried with me throughout is, I'm not entitled to anything, and I am here only because the people in my community, in my home state, have trusted me to work for them and to be their voice and to represent them to the best of my ability.
So the hype of you winning that and being the underdog champ, rolling into did that kind of came to you to DC, right?
Yeah.
I mean that hype. There's some hype train.
Yeah, for
some
sure.
Tulsi hype train. I like saying that. So the Tulsi hype train shows up, and you're sort of you're viewed. I think it's actually Nancy Pelosi called you like rising star, which is, you seem to hear that. It's not like it doesn't get thrown around. That term doesn't get thrown around about political people, but you were like a quote rising star in the Democratic Party. So you came with some hype.
Yeah. I didn't fully understand why, but yeah, it was there. I mean, I had, I was actually making up drill time with the National Guard after that primary election. I remember being at my unit and she called my cell phone. I hadn't talked to her before, and she called my cell phone and left a message and introduced herself and just said, "Hey, we have a Democratic convention coming up in a few weeks. I would love to have you come and be one of the featured speakers during prime time and speak about veterans. Let me know if you're interested." And so, again, like that's not an opportunity that one gets when you've just been elected to Congress to go and speak to, 50,000 people in an arena in the whole country.
Yeah, it's everybody.
Yeah. And so, I was grateful for the opportunity and went and it kind of, and then, shortly after getting sworn in as a member of Congress, I was asked, "Hey, will you be vice chair of the DNC?" And I was like, what does a vice chair do? What is actually that you're asking me to do, and what can I do in that
Sell
situation?
your soul. That's what they're asking you to do. It's freaking weird, right? This is all they kind of saw you. They saw a good horse to put money into and invest into,
too.
a great story, and they wanted to get some control over that hype train.
Yeah, and I think be able to say, hey, there are biographical boxes that I checked, a lot of boxes for, the diversity pick, the diversity hire. And for me, I'm just coming into each of these experiences completely clear-eyed and not getting googly-eyed at all. Like, oh my God, they love me so much. But just recognizing, okay, like, what are you trying to use me for even? What do you get out of this? And then for me thinking, okay, like weighing pros and cons and saying, is this an opportunity that I can use to try to get some good done? And if it is, then okay, that makes sense. Like maybe there's a mutually beneficial thing here. And if there's not, then, no thanks. But yeah, that's where things started.
So they started off like really awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, you've got all this hype, you've got opportunities. They're looking at you as a potential kind of horse to put money into and invest into, as long as we can control you on the track. Right?
That's the fine print.
At what point when was the first sort of time that you kind of bucked a little bit? Do you remember what it was?
Yeah, absolutely. It was my first year in Congress in summer of 2013. Every year in Congress, and I don't know, I think this may date back to pre-air conditioning days, but every year in August, Congress goes into recess. It's the hottest year of the month. It's, DC is a literal, actual, like, geographical swamp. And so you go back to your you go back to your district. Everybody in the House and the Senate, there's a recess in August. You go back to your district and you get like 4 or 5 weeks at home, or to go and do a congressional delegation trip to another country or whatever. It's that space and time to do that. And so I remember being home and getting word that President Obama wanted to go and launch airstrikes and a military attack in Syria. And I was filling up gas in my car. So I started to get a lot of calls from constituents, from people about this, and this is very quickly developing. I don't have all the facts or information or intelligence or anything at that point, but people were concerned. And I was filling up gas one day in Kapolei, and a woman who pulled up her car next to me, she saw me there, and she came and walked over, and she grabbed my arm. She's like, Tulsi, my kid's in the military. Please don't do this, because I don't understand what it's for. And there was a number of other kinds of messages coming from people, just either expressing total opposition or concern, and just coming out of Iraq and just everything that had led to that kind of cynicism and fatigue. Or, okay, well, you want to go start another war in another country? Like, what did they do to us? And so the recess time was cut short. I was on the Foreign Affairs Committee at that time, and I was throughout most of the time I was in Congress. And so we got called back to D.C. early so that we could go through and get the intelligence briefings and actually gather the information. And that was when I first started to take kind of a deep dive into what was happening in Syria and why he was proposing this. And ultimately, after going into the issue and the question, and really, he was not going to come to Congress at first, but then enough members of Congress said, you can't, the Constitution does not allow you to unilaterally just start a war. You have to come and get congressional approval for that. And so that's what we went back and started to prepare for that vote that would happen. And I came to the conclusion after studying the facts that it would be a counterproductive military action. And much of it came from, and we had hearings with Secretary of State Kerry and others at the time who were trying to tell Congress, this is not going to be a pinprick strike, but it's not going to be a decapitation. It's going to be a punch in the gut. And, some of my follow-up questions were like, okay, so you're going to go and deliver a punch in the gut attack. How will they respond? Oh, we don't really know, but we don't think it'll be a big deal. Okay. Who are their friends? Who are they going to call for help? And how may they respond? How could this potentially escalate into something that is no longer a punch in the gut, but something that first, second, third, fourth order of effects, their response will require a response from us, which require a response. And all of, the tit for tat that then begins once you go over and say, I'm not going to cut your head off. I'm just going to punch you in the gut and think that you're not going to do anything in response. And I just saw so many of the similarities of a lack of foresight and strategic planning. And for me, again, as a military officer, basic level, military decision-making process. And actually thinking through these things. And I saw a similarity, this could very easily become another kind of Iraq kind of situation where you start making these decisions and then they're on the fly, and then you're not realizing or thinking through, what do we do tomorrow? And then the next day, and where do we go from here? And so I wrote an opinion piece expressing my opposition to the President Obama's proposal, published it, and was the first Democrat to do so, to express opposition to his proposal, and very quickly got a call from the White House, basically saying, "How dare you?"
Who in the White House?
It was the First Lady's Chief of Staff. Mm-hmm. And I still to this day scratch my head about why they asked her. I knew her, and maybe that was just simply the reason why. But I would think that on a matter like this, you would want to have, I don't know, maybe National Security Director, mm-hmm. Secretary, I don't know, somebody. But that was essentially the message: is how mm-hmm. dare you?
Now,
not only as a Democrat, but because you're from the president's home state. How could you so publicly disagree with him on something?
Oh, that's right. You guys should have been Hawaiians.
But the thing was, Jocko, is nowhere in that conversation was the substance of the issue raised. Like, hey, here's why we think your opposition is misplaced, or here's what you're not seeing, or here's what. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
You know, I wrote down while you were talking, what's the commander's intent? Like, what are we trying to do here? Because if you can't tell me what it is, why we're going to do what we're doing, then we need to talk about it more.
Yeah.
That's number one. And as you just put it, the reason why. Why are we doing something? Why are we doing it? And by the way, I tell people all the time, if you work for me and we're doing something that you don't know why we're doing it, you raise your hand and you say, hey, Jocko, why the hell are we doing this? And I say, well, here's why. And you say, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I go, please explain that to me then, so that I can make a better decision. Because if I can't get my team on board, then I must not be seeing something. Or I'm not explaining my perspective well enough that they can go, oh yeah, got it, Jocko, thank you. We now understand that. Thank you. That's number one. Number two, so when you fire off this article, is that a good tactical move for you? In other words, may it have been a better move to say, hey, listen, I need to talk to, you tell your friend, the First Lady's chief of staff, listen, I want some clarification. I don't want to get crazy here, but look, I just got back from Iraq a few years ago. It gets bad. It gets ugly. We got to make sure we know what we're doing. Can we have a further conversation? Because no one seems to be listening to me right now, and it's a problem.
Mm-hmm. I chose to take that public course of action because I had just gone through days of internal discussions, Q&A, expressions of concern, and essentially expressed all of those same points of opposition internally to members of the administration, and saw that nothing was breaking through, and that the answers that they were delivering were pretty canned and set, and that there was not really an interest of a discussion or a response of introspection, saying, hey, maybe we're missing something here, and or maybe we're not communicating clearly, or it was just like, this is it, this is what we're doing. And the why, why? What are you trying to accomplish? Well, we need to send a message. Okay? Send a message. And then what? Communication's a two-way street. I can send you a message, but if I want that message to be effective, I need to anticipate how you might respond. And so I chose the course of action that I chose purely because I felt I had exhausted internal or maybe kind of back channel means of addressing those concerns.
It seems like, did you also sort of had already done an assessment to think these people don't listen?
Yeah.
This wasn't just one day you decide, what, that's it, I'm going to fire off this article.
No.
It's a pre-existing condition that is, when people say, hey, I got an issue with this, we get told, shut up, get on board with the program. That's what we're going to do. So you had already experienced that. Yeah.
Before? So I mean, in this specific situation, it was not. So there were other Democrats who shared these concerns, and Republicans who shared these concerns, and that were raising these questions within the hearings, both public and closed hearings. So it wasn't like, hey, we expect everybody to there was not a pressure coming from the Democratic leadership in this example saying, hey, we expect you to toe the line on this and just support this because it's President Obama. So this was not that kind of situation. There are other examples of that. But yeah, it was clear. It was clear that the message that was coming from the administration was really, it was kind of a one-way communication. And so I knew enough to know that when they're kind of locked and loaded in their position, the only thing that may cause them to change or to budge is public pressure. And that's ultimately what happened. The public pressure was bipartisan and reached such a volume that they never even brought the vote to Congress because they knew it would be an abject failure. And the military action never happened. And Obama got criticized for that because I don't know if you remember, but this was a red line, right? Like, okay. And he got vastly criticized by Republicans and I think some Democrats, like how dare you not enforce your own red line? And I still, I think this was one of, ultimately the final decision that he made. It was the right decision because of all the reasons that I felt it was the wrong decision to make in the first place, but also it forced him to take a diplomatic path to resolve the issue that he was trying to address. Which is, hey, like maybe that should have been your first primary course of action.
Yeah, don't paint yourself into a corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like don't put yourself in a situation in a combat scenario where you can't maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do that. Don't put your don't put your back against a cliff where you can't go anywhere else.
Yes.
Don't do that. It's not a good move. Yep. It's not a good tactical move. It's not a good strategic move. There, this whole thing when I ask you these questions, one of the things that, well, I know you just told me you were reading About Face right now. Well, the crux of spoiler alert, in About Face, he ends up at the end of the Vietnam War. Well, it's not the end of the Vietnam War. It's the end of his Vietnam War. Mm-hmm. He goes and gets interviewed and says, we're going to lose if we don't change the way we're fighting. And of course, he gets drummed out of the army in a matter of months. It's all bad. And the question that I always kind of consider is, well, if he would have kept his mouth shut, he would have had, he would have had a brigade. He would have had a division. He would have had the influence of many, many more soldiers and much more strategy and could have perhaps steered the war in a better direction if he would have played the game more. Now, there's an emotional component to it, which is completely understandable, which is that Hackworth absolutely loved the army and he loved his soldiers, and he was seeing soldiers get killed and wounded every single day, and he got to a point where it was unacceptable to him. We had a similar thing, that you and I were talking about with General Mattis. And at what point, if General Mattis, who's so highly respected and just smart and resolute in his beliefs and kind of unflappable. So it was really nice when he got appointed. I was so happy. I'm like, okay, we got some sanity going on here. We got somebody that's rational, right? Very rational guy. And it's at one point it's over. And then you wonder, okay, look, I know it sucked and I know you didn't like it, but don't you have more influence when you're sitting in the seat? That's an issue that leaders have to deal with on all different levels. I talk about it a lot in Leadership Strategy and Tactics, not a lot, but I read a section about it.
Yeah.
If you're my boss and you tell me, hey, Jocko, I want you to do this mission here. And I say, well, I don't think it's a good mission. And I think, it's going to cause casualties, or I don't think it's got a good strategic objective. And you say, Jocko, you do what I told you. And I say, but hey, ma'am, it doesn't seem like a good plan to me. And you say, hey, Jocko, shut up and do it. Now I can either draw a line in the sand and say, I'm not going to do it. And then what do? You fire me, you put Echo in charge, and Echo goes and does it because he's just a yes man. So now, but I've given up all my influence at that point, which is not good. There's a scene in Band of Brothers, Dick Winters, who gets ordered to do a reconnaissance. It's the end of the war. And he goes, I don't really think that's a good idea. The colonel says, shut up and do it. He goes, okay. He goes and does it. They get a guy killed. They come back the next night. The colonel says, I want you to do another recon tomorrow night. And Dick Winters says, I don't think that's a good idea. The war's almost over. We lost a guy yesterday. And he goes, shut up and do it. And he says, roger that, sir. And they go to a basement and they drink wine. What'd you see on the recon? We didn't see anything. Okay, good. He went along with it, but he still had some control. And this is just a hard thing. And it's interesting to hear your perspective of, at some point you make a stand. And that's where you decided to make a stand. And obviously you lose some influence after you did that. You lost some, I don't know how many invites you got to those dinners after you did that. It's probably not a high number. So you give up some influence, but at the same time, you're holding the line on what you believe in.
Yeah.
And at some point you've got to do that. I mean, at some point you go, look, Tulsi, I don't care. You want me to do this mission? It's a bad idea. We shouldn't do it. And if you got to fire me, fire me.
Yeah.
And maybe that's me just trying to send you a message. Maybe you say, oh, geez, Jocko's really serious. I must really have a bad I must really have a bad perspective of what I'm trying to get this guy to do, because he's never said no to me, and now he's saying no to me. All right, Jocko, tell me your reasons again, and now we can have a conversation. Tough. Those are tough things for leaders to do.
Yeah, and they're, if you, I would say this is especially true in politics, but I think it's probably applicable across the board, is if you know what you are trying to accomplish, ultimately, what's the greater goal, and your goal is not about self-preservation, if your goal is not selfishly motivated, but instead, how can I serve this greater purpose that you're obviously there to do, then you're able to more unemotionally and clearly assess, okay, here I've got 3 different options here. Here's where this one leads, here's where that one leads, here's where that one leads, and assess, okay, what really ultimately what is going to help get me closer to that thing that I'm trying to accomplish. And I've gone through many iterations of this as I've made different decisions that had very serious political consequences, and that especially the big ones were very often the unpopular decision that people were kind of scratch their head like, what is wrong with her? Like she's going and doing things that nobody does. She's going and saying things that nobody will say. Is she crazy or just stupid or what? But if you take a step back, really, who am I accountable to, and what is my purpose? If my purpose is to be a part of to seek the approval of the elite in Washington, then I would have made completely different decisions, completely from the get-go, and I would have done very different things. But if my accountability is to, and it is, and has been, to the people who elected me to serve, if my accountability is to our brothers and sisters in uniform, both those who continue to serve, those who have laid down the uniform, and those who have paid the ultimate price, then I'm making my decisions through a different lens and a different context than folks are used to in Washington. And it's not to say like, hey, I'm just going gangbusters and I'm going to go run through a freaking brick wall no matter what the consequence. And it is being clear-eyed about, okay, here are the potential ramifications to this. And sometimes they are known and sometimes they are an unknown factor. But ultimately, these major decision points that I have come across, do the right thing. If you don't know and you're not sure and all of these, like, ultimately, do the right thing, because it's the right thing. And even as you may get, the political fire or the negative consequences or these other things, like, ultimately, whether it takes a little time or it takes a long time, doing the right thing is always the right thing. And I'm able to know that wherever my path goes, I've done my best to make that best decision when faced with hard right, easy wrong.
I used to tell my guys, if you're doing the right things for the right reasons, we will win in the end.
Exactly.
So if we're doing the right things for the right reasons, we'll win in the end. Now, what's interesting about this is, you, on certain occasions, to some extent, you didn't play the game, right? And as you just said, you played the game sometimes and you did what you had to do and formed those relationships. And then sometimes you didn't play the game. And this is what's interesting, and that this is where the future is unknown. Where does that lead? If you were doing the right things for the right reasons, which you were, ultimately you'll win in the long run. I don't know what that looks like yet, right?
I don't either.
At some point, I know it's like a big gamble, right? Because we could paint an entirely different picture of Tulsi that went to Washington, played the game, said the right things, voted the right votes, nodded the head, and you'd be in a different spot than you are right now. You could potentially, from your trajectory, when you look at you in 2012, is that when you showed up 2012?
Yeah.
When you showed up in 2012, your trajectory was steep. And like you said, you checked various boxes that needed to be checked. And if you would have played the game that whole time, you could be in a position, you could be president right now. You could be president right now, having conformed to what you were being told to do. Now, we don't know where this actually ends up, right?
Yeah.
Because it's 2020. We don't know where this ends up. Maybe people will be listening to this in 2039 or whatever, and they'll be going, oh yeah, Jocko called it. Jocko called it. You do the right things for the right reason, and look at how it turned out. That could potentially happen, but of course, a bunch of other things happen too. But it's something that we have to struggle with as leaders. If I still believe this, and I tell people this all the time, if you're doing the right things for the right reasons, you're going to win in the end. In the end, you are going to win.
Yeah.
It might take years. It might take, I guess it could take decades when you're talking about these types of decisions. But the other component of this is, which I think in my, just from sitting here looking at you as you're talking about this, you every day have to look yourself in the mirror.
Yep.
And at a certain point, you say, I'm not going to do that. And again, look, I always tell people, play the long game, think strategic. I tell people, I would say when people ask me, oh, I got some situation at work and my boss is telling me to do this, all the time I give you the advice, play the game. Oh, Tulsi wants me to do this paperwork and she's been yelling at me to do it, and it doesn't make any sense for me to do this paperwork. I tell someone, yeah, do the paperwork, play the game. Build a good relationship with Tulsi so you can actually talk to her in the future and explain why that paperwork doesn't make sense.
Right.
Play the game. Until you get to a point where you got to look at yourself in the mirror and you can't. And then you're not doing the right thing. And you're not doing it for the right reasons. And you got to make a different decision.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. And in order to do that, it's being able to have not lost your foundation and your groundedness, so that you have the ability to be introspective and to know what actually matters versus the things that don't really matter, which help you determine, which battles am I going to pick to fight. And also, what is winning? How do you define winning? Is it a specific title, or is it a specific position? Or when you say do the right things for the right reasons, and at some point in time, sooner or later, you're going to win. For me, in my case, that is 100% true. I think what maybe is not obvious to people is winning is not becoming president of the United States. Winning is not becoming a United States senator or a member of Congress or an ambassador or whatever. Pick the job.
Pick the crappy job.
You have a different perspective than most people in Washington who live their lives from college to try to strategically plan their lives to get these jobs.
Yeah, except for the fact that, winning, look, if you're the president, you have the most amount of influence that you could possibly have. I used to tell that to these young SEAL officers. It's like, oh, you're going to kiss ass to get promoted. Well, if you kiss ass, quote, to get promoted, guess what? You can take better care of your troops, which is why you're here, right? That's why we're here, to take care of our team, be able to accomplish the mission. So sometimes it's like, oh, those are aligned. Winning, when I'm a platoon commander instead of a E5 in a platoon, I have more influence over that situation. So I can do a better job of the mission. I can do a better job attacking the enemy, and I can do a better job of taking care of the guys that work for me. That's all good. And you know what? I had to sit through some meetings, and I had to nod my head, and I had to support my whatever commanding officer or my master chief when they told me to do something that didn't quite make sense, but I did it. Why? Not so I could get promoted. That's the big difference. Not so I could get promoted. And I never did it. It was, as you know, for me, it made my career so much easier because I never was worried about getting promoted. Right. I never cared if I got promoted. And it actually helped. It helped because I was doing the right things for the right reasons. And my bosses would look at me and say, like, yeah, this guy cares about the guys and he wants to get the mission done. Let's get him promoted. Yeah. I wasn't doing it to get promoted. It's just going to happen if you're doing the right things for the right reasons. Exactly. So there's a weird dichotomy there. No, winning isn't necessarily getting promoted or becoming the president or whatever the case may be. But if you're looking to have the most amount of influence to take care of your people and your troops and your country and your nation, that's a really good spot to be in.
And that the order of that, I think, is the most important thing, because too often in politics, people get so attached to the position or the title, and their entire identity is wrapped around that, whether they have it or it is their ambition to achieve that position or title, that they forget that the real goal is being in a position of impact and influence where you can serve and make that positive impact. And that's where, for me, even from when I ran for State House through the different political positions that I've had, like, I had no issue and no qualms about walking away from what was the beginning of, some would say, would be an illustrious political career as a 21-year-old elected to the State House. When it came for that decision point, are you going to stay or are you going to go? I went because I wasn't losing anything. And like, people are, oh, you're going to give up this political career. You've only just begun. I'm not giving up anything. I am only choosing at this point to serve in a different way. And I think that's where, when we look at, when I've thought about, okay, well, you know, winning is being in that position of impact and influence. And maybe at some point it does take that form of, you know, serving in elected office in a high position where I can execute on that. Or maybe it takes a different form or a different shape, you know, for the time being, or for whatever it is. It's the order of that, staying focused. Okay, this is the goal, and the position and the platform that I may have at a different point in time to accomplish that goal doesn't change the goal.
Did you underestimate the power of the swamp?
Maybe a little bit, but I think even, I would say, I mean, the power of the political infrastructure and the party system, and how much money, there are limits. Like, when I ran for president, ran for Congress, there are limits. Like, if you wanted to make a political contribution to me, you know, the limit changes every election, but let's say it's $2,000. That's all you can give. There's no real limit to what you can give to either political party. So if you wanted to write a $2 million check, you could do that. No problem. And so if you look at the balance of power, that gives the political parties a heck of a lot of power to leverage over a specific candidate or a specific incumbent, and to use in the power plays that are used. So that was something that I came into, and I think was unexpected.
So just to clarify this, I can give $2,000 to Tulsi for Congress,
right?
But I can give $2 million to the Democratic National Convention.
Or $200 million.
Or whatever.
Yep.
And therefore, the party has that money.
Yes.
And now they can dole it out to the people that are
playing
on board
ball
with the program, that are playing the game.
Yep.
And it's a little surprising to you. It was a little surprising.
Yeah.
That how much control they had.
And seeing it play out literally on the House floor when votes are happening or
what does
about
that look
to happen. It's like, hey, where is this member of Congress? I heard he or she is thinking of voting with Republicans. We need to find them and talk to them and get them in line.
And they say,
and there are actual jobs. Like, have you seen House of Cards?
No.
You're fine. Don't worry about it. but it's featured in this show, House of Cards. The main character, he kind of starts out, he's a member of Congress, and he is the whip, and the position is literally called the whip, and that's their job, is they whip votes. And so if somebody's,
So I go to you and I say, hey, Tulsi, I know you're kind of wavering on this vote, but it looks like you got a tough race coming up there in Hawaii. Could use some extra TV advertisement, don't you think?
Yeah.
It's like that,
It's
like
kinda
for
how it
real.
works,
That's how it is.
Yeah.
Kind of, or that's how it works.
It takes different. Sometimes it can be very direct like that. This is something that I have not personally directly been the target of.
Because they knew.
Partially because I got elected without any help from the Democratic Party, locally or nationally. There was no fundraising help. There was no, hey, we're going to push, it was a primary election, and generally they don't get involved in primary elections. It's not a rule that's always followed, but in my case, it was. And because it's such a strong Democratic state, generally they'll use their resources to help Democrats get elected or reelected in swing districts or Republican districts. If they're like, Tulsi, you're good, like we don't got to worry about you. In my case, then that also means there's no leverage from them. But I have friends who I've served with who are in those positions where, a reelection in a congressional race, like they've got to raise 10 million, 20 million bucks, which is, in my race, I think I raised about, a little over $1 million. So for them, there is a lot of leverage, and it's used. It's certainly used to try to get you as a member of Congress to do what is best for the party, rather than what you believe is the right thing to do based on your conscience and based on how you feel you can best serve
your constituents.
Mm-hmm.
What's the percentage that they're able to wield that sledgehammer effectively? Like how much control?
I mean, it's pervasive. And so that's one example is, hey, you're always, you've got a tough reelection or a tough race or a tough challenger or whatever. That's one approach. And the other approach is people who are interested in climbing the ladder. And so you will either have a cherry opportunity placed before you, or maybe you won't have that opportunity presented, or it'll be taken away. So, it's kind of like, they'll look at, okay, what does this person want and what do they need? And how can we use that as a motivator to try to get them to do what we want them to do? And so this is the imbalance that needs to be corrected in our political system, where this idea of, hey, anybody can go and run for Congress, and I know that my member of Congress is always going to go and act in my best interest as a voter, has unfortunately become so twisted into this thing that it is about one party versus the other party, and it's always about the next election and how they can battle and who is going to win, rather than how do we work together and actually solve problems and pass meaningful legislation. And again, early on, there were some Republicans, Obamacare, right? Hugely divisive issue politically that's been weaponized by both sides, the issue of healthcare. And there were some we found like, hey, here's some easy fixes. This was I was elected in 2012. Obamacare was passed in 2010. And so there were some Democrats and Republicans. We started to say, hey, let's figure out what we can do together. Like we're here in Congress. This is why we are here. And there were some easy, kind of very simple common sense corrections that we could make through legislation to this bill that are no-brainers, like not controversial at all.
Common sense no-brainers.
Exactly.
Okay, sounds good. Good setup. I like it. And how'd that work out?
It turns out that both party leadership indirectly expressed opposition to this idea and what we were talking about doing on the Democratic side, because it would require that they would have to admit that the bill had some flaws that needed fixing. And on the Republican side, opposed to it, because if you fix Obamacare, then what do you run against? What do you criticize the other side for if you actually fix it in a way that it helps people? And if people start to like it, then you can't raise money off of it and you can't weaponize it for political purposes. And that was 2013. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, here we are in 2021, and it has only progressively escalated and gotten far worse, far divisive, to the point where as we sit here today, you have the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, referring to Republicans as, quote unquote, the enemy within. The enemy within. And the implications of that, like the actual legitimate implications of that, were as when you make that statement that you do not trust people from the opposing party broadly. She's not saying, hey, this one person I feel is a threat to our security and needs to be reported to law enforcement. That's a different story. If that were the case, we have systems within our government to do that. If you think a member of Congress poses a security threat to their colleagues, report it to law enforcement. Do it. But to throw this out in a public setting, I think it was in a press conference, she said that they are the enemy within. And other Democrats saying, oh, I don't feel safe around my Republican colleagues. What you're saying is that if any member and any Democrat goes and tries to have a conversation with or reach out to or work with a Republican, they are working with the enemy. They are collaborating with the enemy. They are now traitors to who? I mean, to the country? To Democrats? Where does that then lead? And how is there any possibility of healing and unifying and reaching out to get past the inflammatory, divisive state that we're in?
Okay. So we got that going for us. It seems like, I didn't track every move that you made, but certainly one of the, if not, at least from what I know, the biggest kind of move that you made that was outside the system is when you went against Hillary in 2016 for president. Mm-hmm. Was that the straw that broke the camel's back?
It was a big one. That was a big one. Yeah. And that was one of those big decision points that I had, where I couldn't map out what the actual consequences to that decision would be.
So you knew what was going to happen.
I obviously knew it was a serious decision that would have serious implications, but exactly what those implications would be, I didn't know. I had different political advisors and people who knew Washington and who knew me, giving me very serious warning and just saying, look, Tulsi, this could be the end of the political road for you, potentially. So just know that before you make this decision. And just to back up a little bit, why the backstory that led to my making that decision was I was still vice chair of the DNC at that point. And as an officer of the DNC, the rules say you have to be neutral in a primary election, that the DNC's role is to make sure that the primary election process is executed in a fair way, so that voters have the opportunity to make their decision on who they would like to be the Democratic nominee to become the President of the United States. And so that was my, okay, I'm going to make sure that I fulfill that responsibility and make sure that our democratic process works in this primary. And I had no plans to get involved in the race at all. And there were a number of, this wasn't the reason why I ultimately made the decision, but there were a number of issues that started to present themselves in seeing that the chair of the DNC at that time was making unilateral decisions about how the primary process would work that made it very clear that it would not be fair or neutral, and that the process decisions that were being made would favor Hillary Clinton over any other candidate. And I and other officers of the DNC expressed privately and then our concerns and opposition, to the fact that we're officers of the DNC, you're asking us to attach our names to a decision that you as the chair made, but we had absolutely no discussion or input to it whatsoever, and I'm not comfortable doing that. And then when seeing it was kind of like, okay, no, I don't care. The decision's been made and that's it. And then airing some of those concerns publicly for the purpose of trying to bring some accountability and transparency to the process. And just two examples. One was limiting the initial decision that the chairman made or the chairwoman made was there would only be 6 debates in the primary election. And to me, that was ridiculous. Like, there had never been so few debates ever. And why that number of debates mattered was because of the second decision that was made, which was if any candidate participated in a non-DNC sanctioned debate or forum, they would be banned from participating in any future DNC debate. So you'd be punished for actually seeking out opportunities to talk to voters. Both of those decisions seemed pretty undemocratic to me. While we're standing here saying, hey, we want high voter turnout. We want people to engage in the process. We want people to engage with the candidates. But we're only going to allow 6 debates. And if they do any debate or forum that's not one of our 6, then they won't be able to come and play with us at all.
Because Hillary had such good name recognition, every one of these debates would be an opportunity for someone else to get more name recognition.
Yeah, and challenge her track record. I mean, actually, God forbid, have a real dialogue and conversation and a compare and contrast for voters on each of, obviously Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton were kind of the 2 primary candidates, but there were a few others who were still running at that time. Martin O'Malley was one. He was the governor of Maryland. So that was kind of already happening. But ultimately, as this process started to begin, I saw how even in these limited debate settings, how little attention was being focused by the Democratic Party as well as their corporate media partners on foreign policy and on the qualifications that voters may look for in a commander-in-chief and what that responsibility meant. It was just not, it was, they were talking about a bunch of other things, most things that to me, like superficial political drama and theater, like not issues that really mattered a whole lot when you look at the implications on people's everyday lives. But as a soldier, obviously for me, like this is the most, well, it's not just as a soldier, the most important responsibility that any president has is to serve as commander-in-chief. Our Constitution very clear, like I can have all the economic positions I want and positions on education and positions on healthcare. As president, I can't do anything of great impact
directly
without working with Congress. And that's the check and balance that our founders had in mind for us, which is a good thing. But there's only one commander-in-chief. And it ultimately drove me to resign as vice chair of the DNC and endorse Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton, because I saw a huge gap and difference, contrast between the two of them. And in Hillary Clinton's very interventionist kind of war hawk, warmonger track record, both as Secretary of State and as a U.S. Senator, versus Bernie Sanders, who through his time in service had proven to have more of a non-interventionist leaning and be a little bit more critical and questioning of any rush to war. And I, on a whole host of other issues, I didn't, Bernie and I agree or disagree on a number of other issues, but this was the singular issue that I made my decision on to resign as vice chair of the DNC and endorse Bernie Sanders so that I would have a platform to start to push, to be a voice to push this question and to challenge the media and to bring to voters, here's the differences between the 2 major candidates in this primary. You get to decide what kind of commander-in-chief you want. And so that was, I announced that decision on Sunday's show, Meet the Press, there in Washington. Went to the studio, didn't tell them really what I was there to announce. It was, I intentionally kept this to myself, very, very close hold, knowing how incestuous the relationships are between politicians and the media and attempts to try to undermine my ability to deliver my message for myself. And so there were probably like 2 people in my life who knew what I was going to do. Went live television Sunday morning, shared my decision and why. And then, my phone started ringing off the hook. Literally, I'm in the car rolling away from the studio. But the most stark response I got was, and they ranged from like, Tulsi, that was a brave and righteous decision, to
nice
like, yeah, exactly. And that's what it was. That was Sunday. And then I think it was either Monday or Tuesday, we had votes and went back into session in Congress. And both Democrats and Republican colleagues of mine were kind of coming up and patting me on the back and saying that like, nice knowing you, have a good afterlife. And even some Democrats who had like endorsed Obama over Hillary in 2008 early, like from the beginning, and who shared like, hey, like I made that decision and I was on the Clinton shit list for years before I was able to dig myself out of it. And Tulsi, don't you know that she's gonna win and you're gonna be on the list, and that there is a list? And what that means in a practical way is you don't get your bill signed into law. You don't get funding for the things that you need or that your constituents need in your district, and that your efforts, the reason why you are here and the efforts that you are putting forward will be blocked. And so you're rendering yourself ineffective because she will be president. And that was the Washington response. Basically, you're politically dead.
Mm-hmm. You knew that though, right?
Yeah.
To that level?
I knew.
Or was it worse than you thought?
I chuckled as people told me this. There was nothing that I heard the morning after that surprised me. I knew that the range.
Did you kind of feel like a badass when you walked into Congress on Monday? Did you kind of?
Not badass.
Or did you feel like an idiot?
No, neither. I was amused at like the hushed air.
For real, right?
Yeah, for real.
For real.
No joke. And like the sideways glances, like, is it okay to go and talk to her now or not? And like, I don't want to be, like thought to be, I don't know, part of whatever she's doing. Like, I don't know. Like, there's all these different things.
And how about the fact that now, like, whoever told you, hey, now all the things that you're going to try to do are going to get squashed. You're not going to be able to make any progress here. That's a real thing. And so, again, going back to this strategic decision making, if you're trying to take care of your constituents and you make the worst enemy that you can have in D.C., that's not good.
Well, what ended up happening, obviously, is she did not win the election. And some of those very same people who remain good friends of mine, who were being honest with me then, saying you're politically finished, then came back to me later and said, well, turns out you saw something that nobody else saw at that time. So, kudos to you for standing up for your principles and what you believe in and listening to both your heart, but also recognizing where people in the country are rather than listening to the echo chamber within Washington. And yeah.
So at that point you got a little clout back.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's all in the eye of the beholder, really. I mean, there's unquestionable that a lot of the challenges that I faced as I was running for president can be traced back to that original sin, and just how deep, there were certainly ramifications, but also. It was. I mean, I had the opportunity to raise the issues that I ran for Congress to raise and to bring them to the forefront and to get conversations starting about, the issues of war and peace and when is it right to send our troops into battle and what questions should we be asking as leaders in this country before we make that decision, and recognize, like, I'm not a pacifist. I'm not a peacenik. I care and have dedicated my adult life to that service, to protecting our national security, the safety of the American people. I am just pushing to make sure that we have leaders in this country who recognize the seriousness of life and death, of war and peace, and when war may be actually necessary and warranted, and knowing that our troops have volunteered to go, knowing that that may mean a sacrificing of their own lives and all of the sacrifices that our loved ones and families make, and don't think twice about it. That's what we sign up for, to serve our country. But also knowing that sometimes the tougher decision to make is to not go to war. The harder decision may be recognizing that even as there may be a problem that we want to solve in the world, that sometimes it requires more strength and courage to recognize, A, it's a problem we can't solve. B, trying to do so would not serve our national security interests or the interests of the American people, and therefore recognizing that the right answer may be to not do anything.
So really, that's the other part of the strategic move. Is strategically, it's going to make you harder, and it's going to make your job harder in some respects after you execute this move on Hillary. But at the same time, it's going to bring these important issues to light. So strategically, there's an advantage and a disadvantage.
Yes.
And you weighed them out and said, you know what? If I don't bring these subjects to light, no one is going to do it. I
was not okay with sitting on the sidelines and watch this. Every presidential election is important. There's not a single one. Every election, like, this is the most important election of our lifetimes. Every single one is important. And I could not live with myself if I had chosen to sit on the sidelines and let this whole thing play out without doing my very best to insert these most important questions and issues and contrasting of records into the dialogue and conversation so that voters would have the ability to make the best informed decision possible.
So then you decide you're going to run. When is that? When do you figure that out? When do you say to yourself, you know what, I need to run for president?
The event that triggered, the event that ultimately led to my making that decision was happened in January of 2018. And it was, I'm sure you remember this, Echo, but it was when on a Saturday morning, we got a text alert sent out to every cell phone in the state, civil defense alarms sounding, saying, missile incoming to Hawaii, seek immediate shelter. This is not a drill. And the aftermath of that, where immediately we're thinking, like, I've been working the issue related to North Korea for a very long time, for obvious reasons. That North Korea is continuing to develop their nuclear capabilities. They're developing their intercontinental ballistic missile range capabilities, miniaturized nuclear warheads that not only could reach Hawaii, but could reach a significant portion of the mainland at that time in 2018. Now they have continued to develop that, and they can reach anywhere in the country. But this is the scenario that's playing out. You get this message. Like, North Korea is sending, a nuclear missile to us, which means we have 15 minutes to live. I was in D.C. when this happened. All of my loved ones, my family, everyone is in Hawaii, and what happened there was absolutely terrifying. Where, there was a video that came out after. It was an iPhone video that this father took as he lowered his little 8-year-old girl. I think she was about 8 years old, down a manhole, telling her that this is the only place you'll be safe. And with the camera saying like, if I don't make it, at least I want you to be okay. There's countless stories of people that I heard from after this event happened about what they went through. There was a guy who he had one of his kids that was in town, another kid that was on the west side of the island in Waianae, and he was somewhere in the middle, and in that moment got that message trying to decide which, am I going to drive to town or drive to Waianae? Which of my kids am I going to try to get to spend those last minutes of my life with? Mothers going in the bathtub, like seek immediate shelter. Everyone's like, where do I go? A friend of mine, he's got like a ton of kids. I don't know, 6 or 7 kids. He just started driving to the mountains. Like, I just got to go find a cave somewhere. And, but there was no shelter. There's no shelter. And so you got this fancy alert system and like, okay, it's blasting out, seek immediate shelter. There is no shelter. What ended up happening in those minutes that followed for me, as soon as I got that notification on my phone, I'm in DC. It's holy shit, what is happening? I need to figure out what's happening. And so I just started like going through, okay, I know that I can probably try to reach Indo-PACOM, like command cell. They don't bring cell phones in the building, so that's a problem. I ended up, the first person I called was our state adjutant general, who I knew if something was happening, he was going to be at that civil defense command and he would obviously know. And so I called him and I said, what's going on? He's also my boss in the National Guard. So, dual hatted there, but I called him and I said, what's going on? And very quickly he said, it's a false alarm. I said, I'm going to put this out publicly. You're telling me this is a false alarm. And he said, somebody pushed the wrong button, false alarm. I said, there's no missile coming in. So I immediately hung up with him, typed out a tweet in big block letters. This is a false alarm. I have confirmed with authorities. There is no missile incoming. And that tweet was the first public notification that went out that let people know what was going on. But, I was on the phone constantly. I was calling news stations, radio stations, people were calling me, and I was just like, false alarm, click, just trying to let people know what was going on. And there's a whole other, incompetence thing. Like, there was no official notification to the public coming from the state government until 38 minutes after that initial alert was sent out. And that was a whole other issue. But the thing that led me ultimately to make that decision, like to start thinking about, I need to run for president, is because of what everyone went through and realizing that you can have this fancy alert system, and I'm sure the governor and other people are all bunkered down somewhere safe, but there's no safety or shelter for anyone else. And ultimately, the fact that this is a real threat that exists, and there are others that politicians have created or escalated through political rhetoric of heightening tensions with nuclear armed countries, of spurring a nuclear arms race, and knowing like, okay, I'm sure there's probably some mechanism or system in place to protect them and their families, but what about everybody else in the country? People who, nuclear war ends in utter, complete destruction of the world ultimately. And having gone through what we went through, I wanted to be in a position to do two things. By running for president, I could raise this issue and bring it to the forefront because nobody was talking about it. Maybe there was a day of CNN coverage or whatever on what happened in Hawaii, but then it was completely dropped and forgotten. There was no like, hold on a second. So wait, North Korea has these capabilities. They're continually increasing. This threat is real. There is no shelter. Like if we get attacked, then it's game over. what's being done about this by the leaders, and that none of that happened at all. Even in the aftermath of something that was, terrifying and in such a real way. And so to be able to address these issues and the existential threat that we face that comes from that continued advancement towards the brink of nuclear war that we're on, and if elected, to be in a position as commander-in-chief to begin to walk us back away from that brink and to actually do something about it, to de-escalate these tensions, to actually work through the kinds of negotiations and treaties that previous presidents like, Reagan and JFK did when they recognized the seriousness of what happens when you are in a Cold War and when you have nuclear-armed countries who either intentionally or accidentally can spark a nuclear war that would result in the end of humanity on this planet. And that was the driver for me to make that decision to run. And unfortunately, I very quickly found out that neither the media nor the politicians were interested in talking about it or anything that really mattered. That it was about who's saying bad things about who, which candidate is, who looks cool, who's likable, who's all of these superficial things. But whether it was on the debate stage when I raised these issues or in interviews with reporters one-on-one, or, I talked about these issues every day, multiple times a day, town hall meetings that reporters covered or were present for, at least with the intent to cover what happened. There was no interest in talking about this specific issue, about the existential threat of nuclear war and how we got here and where we need to go to prevent it. What to speak of other issues, and that was the most frustrating. That was the most frustrating thing about running for president, was the realization that even as a candidate for president of the United States, the ability to bring such an issue as serious as this to the American people was so easily squashed by the corporate entertainment media and the politicians who benefit from them.
Corporate entertainment media.
Yeah,
that's a good name for the news.
It's more accurate than the news.
It certainly is. So you said you realized very quickly that no one wanted to hear about this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, when you say very quickly, how long did it take before you looked around and said, wait a second? Because I remember hearing about you, maybe it was on Rogan, I forget, but I remember thinking, that's cool. And it seemed to me, what a viable candidate. That's interesting. And I remember seeing some polling, and you were at like 2%.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh, that's kind of weird. That's not a very big number at all. I was kind of surprised. And then maybe that was early on, but at some point, you were on Rogan again, or I saw you in a debate or something, and I remember thinking, I'm going to check that out again. She's got to be at 30 or 40% now, because the people that I know are kind of talking about her, and I'd look and you'd be at 2%.
Yeah.
And I was it was very strange to me that you couldn't get, you weren't getting any traction. Mm-hmm. Was that weird to you? Because, you did the whole Hawaii thing where you were at 2% and then you went to 20 and then you won by 22. And here you are at 2%. You're like, no factor. I got this. Been here, done that.
Yeah.
At what point did you say, oh, damn, this is a little harder than I thought it was going to be? And was that the same realization as, the media and the news and the entertainment networks don't care about this stuff the way I do?
There were different signs of that. The first of which started on the very day that I officially announced my candidacy, as in build the event, go up on the stage, deliver the speech, announcing my candidacy and why. And I talked about the very thing that we talked about as
where did you
major
do
driver
that event?
in Hawaii.
What was it? Where?
Outside. It was outside at in Waikiki, and there were local and national media cameras there to cover it, and a bunch of supporters and people came out. While I was giving the speech, NBC News put out an article basically making the accusation that I am somehow a favorite of the Russians or being helped by the Russians. They're saying nice things. The article was so vague and baseless and lacking in any kind of evidence to back up the claim that they were making, that it was just so out there. And I knew that they were doing an article because they had called and asked for a comment like a few days prior and had said, without knowing the extent of like the completeness of the article, but they said, hey, what do you think about this? And they had said, okay, yeah, we're going to publish the article probably sometime next week, maybe Wednesday or Thursday. And I think that my announcement was on a Saturday. Whatever day it was, they changed their schedule for when they were going to publish the article so that it came out on the day that they knew I'd be announcing my candidacy.
And their thing is like the Russians like Tulsi. That's the general. And
like Russian bots or like Russian state sponsored media. Or the thing is I think they said, there are a lot of articles that are proving that the Russians like her, something like that. But when you actually go and look at the articles they're citing, it's not accurate, first of all, and second of all, it lacks the context of like, hey, they're actually just reporting that she's announced that she's running for president, or lacks the context of, well, when Hillary and Obama ran against each other in 2008, the Russian media reported much more favorably for Obama than Hillary. And so they chose a narrative and chose to launch it on day one of my candidacy that Tulsi would be the Russian asset or the favorite of the Russians, and planted that seed on day one. Cited, she's gotten donations for her campaign from people who favor Russia. And, one happened to be like a Ivy League professor and specializes in foreign policy and has talked about nuclear war for decades. And, one was a woman who was trying to promote, diplomacy and actually building relationships between like at a grassroots level between American educators and Russian educators or business owners or whatever. I mean, it was preposterous and very transparent, a transparent signal and move on day one. So that, if you ask when did it start, that's when it started. And then, of course, it continued to progress and escalate. And I started to see both on the debate stage as the debate started to begin, as well as, you and I talked earlier when, when you're going in to do an interview, like a media hit, it's probably going to be 4 to 5 minutes long. And, you go in there knowing what you want to talk about, regardless of the question that they ask you, because, you got like, two sentences. Exactly. And so this was why I was running for president. And so I took every opportunity to raise it on every platform possible. And there were no follow-ups. There was no like, oh, hey, like let's dig deeper into this issue, which is clearly very serious. No, none of that. It was like, well, what do you think about this candidate? Or what do you think about Trump? Or what do you think about this? Like superficial drama, and a conscious choice away from actually talking about what mattered most. And it, Hillary Clinton weighed in on the thing when she said that, I forget the exact words, but basically the Russians have chosen their candidate, and without saying my name, said it was me. And that was then covered by the media incessantly.
Which is like crazy.
It
right?
is. It is. And it was a signal in and of itself. Like, why would the former Secretary of State, former presidential candidate, former U.S. Senator, former First Lady go out of her way to place the target on me?
And why can't the Russian bots do better than 2% traction in the polls? I mean, if the Russian bots are so freaking powerful, why
True.
can't they run up your numbers a little bit for?
Yeah, not so much. But it eventually got to the point where not like the coverage that I got ended up largely being negative attempts to smear my candidacy or question my patriotism and my loyalties.
So out of the gate, I mean, is this a grand conspiracy where they're like, oh yeah, Tulsi, she went against Hillary in 2016. Get ready, we're putting her down. And
It certainly appeared that way.
And on top of that, hey, Tulsi, we can't control her. This isn't going to work. We don't want someone that we can't control. Put her down.
It certainly appeared that way because that was, if you look at the outcome, it was the outcome that I think they were looking for. And again, it started from the beginning. It ended up with a total media blackout by the end of it. Polling standards changed to make it so that, it's like, okay, here they say, hey, you got to poll at a certain level in order to qualify for the debate and then qualify for the next debate. And, the polling standards often shifted based on
where you were.
Right. Like that's a little convenient to change it right when I start inching up in the polls a little bit more. But it also just points to like the catch-22 that exists where in America, we'd like to believe that anybody can run for president. Anybody can run for office, and that it's up to the candidate to go and make your case to voters, and voters actually get to decide. Well, in these presidential races, so early on, you can have very well-known candidates that everybody in the country's heard of, and you can have lesser-known candidates that most people have no knowledge of whatsoever. Well, they start running these polls so early on that show a lesser-known candidate like myself at 1% or 2%, whereas the better-known candidates are polling much higher, and then make the determination, well, Tulsi Gabbard's not a viable candidate because she's only polling at 2%, and so we're not going to really cover her very much because we don't deem her as a viable candidate. And by we, I mean the media and the political party. And so as a lesser known candidate, then you're not covered as much as the better known candidate. So you don't have the opportunity to get better known. And so it's this,
self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Of we know who this person is, so we're going to keep covering that person.
And it allows them to decide who they want voters to be exposed to and who they don't believe deserves that kind of opportunity to be in front of voters. And so it's kind of a pre-selection, a pre-primary selection. Before any vote is cast, you have these very powerful people within the party and within the media who make those decisions about who gets to be heard and who doesn't. And that was what we experienced. And it was such an incredible, this was the thing I underestimated the most, that I thought, hey, I can run for president and I can bring these ideas forward. And yeah, I'm at a disadvantage because I'm not as well known as some of these other guys, but as long as I have the platform to be able to reach people, all I got to do is do my best and trust that voters will make the decision. I underestimated how very quickly and in a sustained way the decisions were made to not even allow that platform to exist, which left me in a pretty helpless place. I can live stream my town hall on social media, and I did. I can reach maybe a few more thousand people in addition to the 1,000 who were sitting in the room. But when you look at the numbers in the country, when they choose to not cover you and not allow you that platform, then you're not only was I not able to raise the issues and address the issues that are not just important to me but important to our country, but also the smear attempts and the negative coverage left me in a very helpless and vulnerable position where I couldn't fight back. I did not have, did not have the means, even if I were a billionaire, which I'm not, and I had a very, very, very skinny budget. Our campaign was pretty much fueled by volunteers, and I love them so much, people who really believed and set aside school or jobs or life and worked their hearts out to help me get my message out. But even if I were a well-funded candidate or a self-funded candidate and a billionaire, that I could go out and purchase ads and I could go out and buy my own platform, essentially. If the media makes a decision to either not cover you or to smear you and therefore undermine whatever it is you're saying and doing, it's difficult, if not impossible, to beat. And I think this is so important to talk about because it is a charade of the democracy that we maybe believe exists in this country. And it's certainly a charade of the democracy that our founders set out for us in this incredible imbalance of power and influence that's in the hands of a very few who don't have the best interests of the country at heart.
So we also got that going for us.
Yeah. And just to illustrate that, I mean, this guy who was the CEO of CBS, this is, I think, probably the most stark and direct example. Les Moonves is his name. And this was in 2016 that he said something along the lines of, Trump may be bad for the country, but he's good for business. The money is rolling in. Keep it up, Donald Trump. Keep it up. And his very direct statement illustrates everything that's wrong, because it shows that this corporate entertainment media, it's about the money, it's about the profits, it's about the rating, with no regard whatsoever for what the consequence is for the country and for voters and for our future. And that is something very serious that we as people in this country need to understand and be aware of, so that we can start to bring about kind of the cultural and societal shifts that will ultimately result in change, in making it so that, these few powerful people don't get to usurp our democracy, and our voices being the voices that matter most in determining who we want to serve as leaders in our country.
So with that, you see Donald Trump getting the nod from the Republicans, which many, many, many Republicans did not want him to be the candidate at all. Never Trumpers. And so that was a real thing. There was a lot of Republicans that did not want, and
the Republican Party was not into him for much of the primary.
Exactly, like he was totally. And actually, somebody when we were on Rogan's together, and I said something like, "Wow, you got really hammered more than I've seen anyone." And someone in the YouTube comments said, "Hey, idiot, what about Donald Trump?" And I was like, "That's a good point. They hated him apparently as much as they hated you in the Democratic Party." How is it that he was able to pull it off? Is the Republican Party less controlling than the Democratic Party?
I don't know the answer to that specific question, but how is he able to pull it off? He was very famous, and he had influence. They couldn't black him out. They couldn't ignore him. And they were making a shit ton of money off of him, because with Donald Trump brought eyeballs to their screens. Whether it was Fox News, who was initially, I think, maybe cynical or even critical of him and then shifted to like full bore pro-Trump, or if it was CNN and MSNBC who were, I think, initially kind of like, how is this even happening, to full bore anti-Trump. Regardless, in all of these scenarios, and from the Democratic Party's perspective and the Republican Party's perspective, with Trump came money. Democrats get to be the anti-Trump party and motivate a lot of people to give money to beat Trump, or people who supported Trump and members of Congress or whatever. And Republicans got to raise a lot of money off of, hey, look, they're trying to attack us and they're trying to undermine what's going on, and we need your money and we need your help to be able to, defend the party and defend the work or whatever it is. So that how I think that's what ultimately ended up. It gave Trump a lot of exposure, and yeah, some of it, or maybe a lot of it, was negative. But you look at how much the public hates politicians and how much they distrust and hate the media. You can kind of see how generally people who are frustrated and dissatisfied with the powerful elite, whether they be in politics or the media, would look at a guy, and I have friends like this, like they didn't really agree with anything that Trump was saying. They're like, finally somebody is giving the middle finger to the media and telling him to shut up or whatever it was. Trump had influence, and he was very well known and could not be ignored.
So at some point, does somebody come from the outside that's not as brash and not as offensive as Trump? And would that not be would that not be easier? Or was it because he's so brash and because he's so freaking quotable, right? Good or bad? Yeah. He's just going to run. They're going to put his quotes up all day long. If somebody comes along that's from the outside, but that is actually less brash and more calm and more rational, do they say, okay, it seems like that would be the perfect candidate right now, someone from the outside that can actually roll in and say, look, this system is totally screwed up. We're going to, like, the idea of draining the swamp was a great quote that
Absolutely.
got so many legs or so much legs. And it, of course, it didn't really happen. When you look at his administration, it was like, oh, yeah, more people from the swamp,
more love. Yeah, exactly.
Right. But when someone does this in from a better position, it seems like this is what I'm getting at. Because I was going to ask you, well, at some point, does it reach a tipping point? It seems like the tipping point's there. It just that someone needs to step in and say, okay, we are going to actually drain out this swamp. We're going to actually get rid of this. These lobbyists are going to get, controls put on them. We're going to do things that's going to move this in the right direction. It seems like, as you said, a lot of Americans are looking at the political system going, you got to be kidding me. And look, you telling me stories earlier today before we hit record, it's sickening.
It is sickening.
It's sickening. And so as that word gets out, it seems like America's ready to go, you know what? We're done with this shit over here. And Trump was like the first guy that said, hey, I'll help you out. And so everyone went, cool, sounds good. You go, raise hell, basically. Yeah. If someone that says, yep, we're going to fix it, we're going to change it, I'm for change, I'm going to make things, it seems like we are ripe for that. That's what I'm saying. I was going to ask you, will we reach a tipping point? It seems like we're already there. Trump was the guy that got elected based on saying, hey, we're going to drain the swamp. People voted for him to go and do that. Like you said, people that you knew that didn't agree with any of his politics, but he was change, he was different, he was going to throw it in the face of the system. That's what we were ready for. And it just so happens that the guy that threw it in the face of the system also threw it in the face of everybody that was around him. I mean, just like a grenade going off. It's just that people are getting hit and there's no direction to it. So it seems like we're actually ready for that. What's it going to take to actually get someone there that's going to run, that the truth will come out, doing the right things for the right reasons, is going to win in the end?
Someone who has the resources and ammunition capable of going to battle with the existing political infrastructure and the corporate entertainment media. That's the matchup, because I agree, there are more people who identify as independents in the country today than there are people who identify as either Democrats or Republicans.
Really?
Yes.
Factually? Echo Charles, are we good to use that word?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
That's factually true.
We can look up. I mean, I've seen a variety, and this has been trending in this direction for quite some time. This is not a new phenomena, but the numbers are consistently trending towards, and maybe some of it's generational. That the millennial generation did not come up identifying like my daddy was a Democrat, my granddaddy was a Democrat, I got to be a Democrat. I think there's far less of that in the millennial and post-millennial generation. So I think that's part of it. People are looking more at issues than party. I think part of it is people recognizing and being disillusioned with both political parties as not looking out for their best interest, that it's more about the party than the people. So I think there's a number of reasons for this, but it is a fact that it's over 40% of the country identify themselves as independent, and therefore lesser numbers who identify as one party or another. So are the people ready for a strong leader who will come in and speak to what's in the best interest of the country rather than what's in the best interest of one party or another? I would say yes, without a doubt. So then the next question is what is necessary to execute on that? What is necessary is first of all recognizing, where's the opposition coming from? The opposition will come from the people who are benefiting off the status quo. And that is the existing two-party system and the entertainment media that is in bed with them. And it's not impossible, it's not insurmountable, but it's a pretty serious obstacle, and you got to be ready to go to battle with some of the most powerful people. And so it would take a lot. It would take a lot.
And the third party thing is, what do you think? Is that dead on arrival?
Not dead on arrival, not impossible, very difficult, because I think it was back, and I think it was the first time that Ross Perot ran for president, was also when Bill Clinton was running for president. And I think George H.W., if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right.
At a certain point, early on, at a certain point, Ross Perot was polling higher than Bill Clinton, and I believe George Bush as well. And that, they're like, what is how is this possible? And had he continued his campaign, at a certain point, Ross Perot dropped out of the race and then jumped back in a little bit later, and he took a big hit for that. People probably do you not know what you want, or what are you doing, buddy? But there are political pundits who say that if he had continued on, who knows? He may have become president, or he may have posed a more serious threat in the end than he did. Ultimately, his numbers took a dive after he re-entered the race, and he ended up kind of just being the perennial third-party guy who stole votes, right? But it was after that election year that the rules started to change in making it with agreement from both the Democrat and Republican Party that made it much more difficult for a third-party candidate to get ballot access, just to get their names on the ballot, to be included in debates, just the basic infrastructure of a candidacy changed to the point where, and it still exists today, that the bar is much higher for a third party candidate to be heard and to be on the ballot than it is for candidates who run under one party or another. So that just, again, not impossible, but from a practical perspective, as well as from an exposure perspective, it's a much, much, much heavier lift that, again, requires a certain strategy and a hell of a lot of resources to be able to accomplish that.
So how long were you in the race for total?
I think I announced in February of 2019, and I withdrew from the race, I think in February or March of 2020. It was after COVID had kind of already started. I was back in Hawaii. COVID had started to take a pretty firm hold. Maybe it was even later than that. And it got to the point where, like, we're on lockdown at home in Hawaii. Congress had shut down. And I knew that the most effective use of my time, the outcome of the primary seemed somewhat inevitable at that point, and the most effective use of my time would be to focus on how I could best help with the response of COVID in Hawaii. And, I was trying to get like N95 masks and just trying to help with that local response in Hawaii.
So you, what is that called? Dropping out of the race? Is that what it's called? Is there some official word for it?
Yeah, no. Withdrew my candidacy.
Withdrew your candidacy. So you withdrew.
Suspending. That's the word they use. Suspending your candidacy.
And did you feel like, what the hell just happened? Did you feel like wasted time? Did you feel like, man, because I remember looking at you in the polls, and you might have gotten to 3% or 4%. I was really surprised. I was really surprised, that you just didn't get the kind of traction. Again, as Joe said, you're like such a kind of ideal candidate from like a box checking. You're a veteran, you're a woman, you've got experience, you got combat deployments, you're whatever, not a white person. You got these things that people are looking for.
Hapa.
Yeah, you're Hapa, right? So you got those things, and it just seemed like, oh, okay, it'll be interesting to watch this. She's going to climb right up this thing, and you never really made that progress. Does that surprise you?
I mean, in hindsight, no.
Because you see you mess with the machine.
At that moment, like going through it, it surprised me that I didn't even have the opportunity to earn it, to earn the support, to get that exposure.
I remember you telling me at some point you were like the number one most Googled name after the first debate, after the second debate. What you didn't make the third debate for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't remember which. I think there was a gap at some point where I didn't make one, but then I made the next. I don't remember exactly what. But in those first debates, I was the most searched candidate of the night after each of those debates, which was the whole point. Hey, I can go on this stage, a national stage. And the first debate, I think, had over 20 million viewers. And this is the opportunity to introduce myself to the American people in the hopes that they might say, she looks interesting. I want to know more. I want to learn more. And that starting to kind of crack open the door to be able to make an impact there. I think one of the other, in addition to all the things that we talked about how that opportunity really ultimately did not exist, and it started with that first debate. In advance, we had set up our Google Ads account so that when people went on Google and said, hey, who is Tulsi Gabbard? Then, our links would pop up and they would then go to my website and they could look at, click issue X, Y, or Z. What do you care about? Bio, background, etc. That was the hope that would be, I would be the most Googled candidate and that we therefore were ready for it. Google shut down our Google Ads account with no reason whatsoever at all given.
During the first debate.
It was not actually during the debate. It was afterward. But it was during that. It was during that window of time that was the golden opportunity to capture, and it was a limited window. And they just like your account is suspended. No explanation. No, here's what you got to do to fix it. or get it, whatever, released. And to this day, we've never gotten, it was suspended for a certain period of time and then it was reinstated. And it was not for lack of us trying to reach anybody who would answer us and tell us why and what we could do to fix it immediately. So, I filed a lawsuit against Google for that because of the impact, obviously, that it had on me, but really the bigger issue that I wanted to raise by filing this lawsuit was you've got this massive big tech company who has the power to interfere in the public square of our democracy. And, who knows still to this day, like, was it some guy sitting at a computer who was like, man, fuck Tulsi Gabbard, I'm going to punch this button and show her what's up? Or like, who knows? I don't know what happened, but it happened. And if it can happen to a sitting member of Congress who's running for the highest office in the land, it could happen to anybody running for office, anybody who's speaking out, anybody being critical of whether it's big tech or government policy, like whatever the motive. This is the power that they have in their hands. That's incredibly dangerous in undermining the kind of core pillars of our democracy, of having a marketplace of free ideas and voters who can, get the information they need and ultimately make the decision that they want to make.
Are they allowed to mess with like Google AdWords from a political perspective? So in other words, if I was running against you and I bought the AdWord Tulsi Gabbard and brought it to a freaking Russian newspaper article about how they're your favorite. So when I Google Tulsi Gabbard, I click on the first article that comes up, it shows me that you're a Russian plant. Can I do that in the political realm? Because look, they do it with I have a bunch of companies and sell a bunch of stuff, and you type in Jocko, the other companies pay for that word for Jocko protein, and it brings to their site.
Right.
So if I was a billionaire and you were running against me, I could be like, oh, cool, I'll just buy Tulsi Gabbard. Who is Tulsi Gabbard? What is Tulsi Gabbard? Where does Tulsi Gabbard come from? And I'll just buy all those things and send them all to Tulsi Gabbard's from Russia, whatever else I'm going to do. Is that legal in the I know it's legal in the free market because they do it all the time. Is it legal in the political side too?
As far as I know, I have not come across any kind of
like legislation against AdWords in Google.
There are no laws or rules in place from a government perspective that limit what these big tech monopolies can do with their algorithms. And that's part of the whole issue here when we talk about big tech, the monopolies, the power that they have to either promote or push forward certain voices or people or ideas and silence others. And they can do so while being completely legally immune from any kind of accountability through our legal system.
Because they're private companies.
Well, because they're private companies, but this Section 230 provision that exists within the law that was put in place to encourage innovation on the internet early, decades ago. When they passed that law, that gave them this legal immunity, it said that they can remove content that they deem to be objectionable without any definition of what that is, first of all.
Whatever they want it to be.
Whatever they want it to be. And then it says whether or not it is protected by the Constitution.
Dang.
How? I don't know who wrote that part of it.
Probably the same bastard that clicked delete on your freaking account for 6 hours.
But to have something in there that says, you internet, service provider company, you can decide what speech you deem or content objectionable or not, whether or not it is protected by our Constitution. This is the problem that needs to be fixed within our laws today. as it relates to big tech. And it's a relatively, there's a lot of, I've looked at this a lot while I was in Congress and then after, for obvious reasons. And, there's a lot of different proposals and different ways to kind of bite this apple. But the most simple and direct way would be to take out that objectionable content, just take those words out, and instead, you can say you can remove content unless it is protected under the First Amendment. And there's legal precedents in place through various Supreme Court rulings that provide very clear kind of guardrails towards what kind of speech is protected versus what is not. And that way, if we make this legislative change, it would alleviate the kind of pressure that these big tech companies are under right now, coming from the left and the right, because then they can just say, look, these are the guardrails. This is speech that's protected, and it's going to remain on the internet. And speech that's not protected, then it's up to us to make that decision to remove it. That's the best answer that I have come across on how to address this, rather than allowing this, now we have like, okay, well, we're going to cancel anything that's disinformation. We're going to cancel anything that's misinformation. We're going to, cancel anything that we don't like, or, it's getting worse and worse. And unfortunately, the direction that I'm seeing from Democrats in Congress is not towards, hey, how do we protect free speech? But instead it's, we need big tech to do more to shut people up who are saying things that we deem to be misinformation or disinformation, or that could mislead people into believing a certain thing or seeing a certain view. And it is, the fact that this is happening and people don't see the danger of, okay, you're in power today. You got Kevin McCarthy, who's the head of the Republicans in the House, saying, I bet my house on the fact that Republicans will regain the majority in 2022. What are you going to do when the tables turn? And then you've got the other guys in power saying, yeah, you know what? We don't want Democrats to be misleading people on the internet. So we're going to tweak the language a little bit and make sure that big tech silences those voices and pushes. Like it's so simple and clear how dangerous of a position that we are in, and that when you threaten the First Amendment, like freedom of speech, a free press, like freedom of religion, once you undermine that, what do we have in America? We don't have the country. We don't have our country.
Yeah, we did a podcast and we recorded it before Christmas, but we did it on the book 1984.
I listened to that.
Yeah, and it was really weird because we just, it was just something that I was like, I'll seeing things that are going on, and I read that book many, many years ago, and I remembered this one part of it was about the language and the importance of language, and therefore the importance of free speech, and we recorded it, and then like it was Christmas time, and that podcast came out January 6th. And it was kind of crazy that it came out on that day. We had recorded it a month prior.
And you had scheduled it for that day.
It was just, that's when it's coming out. So it came out January 6th, and 1984 was trending, and then the hashtag 1984, some hashtag 1984 actually got shut down on Twitter. It was, I didn't know that. It wasn't because of that podcast, but it was just very coincidental that all that was happening at the same time. But the point of doing that podcast, and this is exactly aligned with what you're saying, you have to allow people to communicate with each other.
Yeah.
And saying if you say something to me that's misleading, I can't just it's what I started off with. I just don't say shut up, you're not allowed to talk. I say, okay, well, actually, Tulsi, let me show you some other information that might change your mind a little bit. Because by the way, when I just tell you to shut up, I don't move your opinion at all. Mm-mm. In fact, there's a really good chance that I'm just going to make you even stronger on that opinion. Yeah. And that's what's happening in the country right now, which is freaking nasty. And actually, that again, interestingly, as all this was happening, we we had I talked to Echo. I was like, listen, man, I don't know what's going to happen in the world, and I don't know what's going to happen. Look, we're not on here making any inflammatory statements. We're usually talking about history. I said, and that's cool. That's what we're going to do. But at some point, people are starting to change history, and I said, I don't know what's going to even happen with the platforms that we're on.
Yeah.
Like, these platforms could change the way they do business. And we started our own platform just to make sure that we have someplace to go in the event that things take a turn for the worse. And there's a bunch of other things that could happen. I mean, you could have some of these free platforms say, all right, we're going to start charging money and start inserting ads into the middle of, here's Jocko talking about a battle in World War II, and it's heavy and crazy and emotional. Someone's going to insert an ad in there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want that. I don't want people to have to put up with that. So I don't know. Or do we just get someone to say, look, hey, Jocko, you talked about this part of history, which, we don't really like. We think it's misinformation, and pull it down. That's a reality. That could happen.
Yeah.
So we have to be. That's why we made the Jocko Underground, just because of that.
So that's the platform that you guys created.
It's the platform,
Gotcha.
JockoUnderground.com, and it's just a backup. And look,
That's
some people are like,
smart.
oh, you want money? I was like, no, we don't want your money.
Yeah.
That's not what it's about. But to not have a contingency plan is ignorant. And so, and again, all that, what's funny about all this is I had talked to Echo about it. He was I said, hey, can you build something, figure this out? And he's, working and figuring it out. And eventually he goes, yeah, I got it.
And this was before the end of 2020?
This is before the end of 2020. It was let's have a contingency plan in case something happened.
Right.
And then I said, you know what? This is getting squirrely. It's getting squirrely. Let's launch the contingency plan, next month, just to get it out there so people know what it is in case something happens. And sure enough, January 6th, it was like, boom. It was so coincidental, but it was like, and I remember texting Echo, like, well, I guess this is why we had a contingency plan. And thank God it launched today, because who knows where it's going to be in 6 months. I don't know. It's crazy.
I remember listening to that night. So I have not listened. Like, I have friends of mine who have listened to your podcast from number one. And then
those people are my friends too.
Yeah.
Mine too.
but like in sequence, like chronologically, and like a buddy of mine got to the I think it was episode 99 is Musashi.
100.
Well, he didn't get past 99 because he didn't finish reading the book. And I'm like, hey, Jocko just did this new show on, and I can't do it because I can't listen to 100 until I read the book. So
check.
Yeah.
Spoiled.
So I'm not one of those people. I'll jump around.
You've missed episodes. Echo is disappointed.
I'll jump around like, okay, what am I in the mood like? What am I in the mood for?
Wait, am I in the mood for dark, depressing war? Am I in the mood for human atrocity? Where am I at?
And I'll tell you a funny story about that in a second. But I went straight for that 1984, and I don't remember what actual day it was. It was not January 6th, but it was in the days after. And I wondered then when you had recorded that, because it was literally addressing everything that we were seeing play out right before us, as far as the warning signs and the dangers of this is where you end up once you allow for this kind of control, and once we as people accept it.
Yes.
But little sidetrack, funny story, and I'll show you the video after, because it'll take me a minute to dig it up. But it won't surprise you to know that on the presidential campaign trail, sleep was hard to come by for me, and for two reasons. One was just a factor of time in the day, but also it was tough for me to turn everything off and actually just get, like, I'm not even talking about hours. I'm just talking about just a slice of good quality rest and sleep. We were in New Hampshire in the middle of winter, and there was a rare opportunity where I got to take a nap, and we'd like rented an Airbnb or something like that. And so I took a nap, and my husband took a video of me taking a nap, because he walked in the room, and I'm lying there and I'm asleep and I'm all bundled up under the covers, and I got my phone sitting on my on the top of the covers, and I was listening to Jocko podcast with a guy from the French Foreign Legion. And I'll show you the video because I am dead asleep. And my husband came in and he has the camera going, picks up my phone, looks at, and the reason I remember this was because this was on February 11th, 2020. And it just so happened that it popped up on my phone on February 11th of this year as like the memory thing or whatever. And I was debating sending it to you. And I told my husband, I was like, I hope he doesn't get the wrong idea and think I'm like bored to death of this podcast. And he's like, no, what it showed was like I was able to completely tune out the noise of what was going on in my mind of the day to day and be able to kind of be transported to a different conversation and topic and all this other stuff. But it was a great podcast that I did end up finishing. But you gave me the gift of some really good sleep as well.
The soothing voice of Jocko talking about war can send anyone to sleep.
I don't know what that says about me and what makes me relax. Anyhow,
I remember when you dropped out of the race and you endorsed Biden.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, because again, I didn't know a lot of these things that you're telling me right now.
Mm-hmm.
I knew them kind of, but I still had some sort of naive sense in my heart that it can't be that bad. And I texted you and I said like, hey, are you going to get the VP nod? Is this, because I was kind of surprised you endorsed Biden. I was like, well, you know what? I said, I know what's happening. She's playing the game. She's going to endorse Biden. Biden's going to get her as the VP. It's on. And you were like, however you laugh and text, you were like, hey, bro, you're a little bit lost there. I ain't getting nothing from these people. And I was like, ooh, okay, that's how, huh?
Pretty much.
And then, so then you wrapped up your career. Well, you wrapped up this portion of your career as a politician. In that was it. Went out to D.C. for the last congressional session.
Yeah.
Packed up your locker.
January 2nd was my last official day. We had to pack up the office before Thanksgiving. So no kidding, there were obviously votes going into December. There was, government's going to shut down if we don't pass a new appropriations bill, and kind of the unfortunate usual thing that happens at the end of every year. But yeah, I was working out of my car, like parked in front of the Capitol. I had my computer, and it's COVID. So, votes consist of 7 different groups of members of Congress. I was group 2. It's by alphabetical order, where you're only allowed to have a certain number of people on the floor at any given time. They decontaminate the whole floor between every vote. And so when your group is called, you go in, cast your vote, and then you leave. And so that was like a park. Like, votes are called. Sometimes they last for an hour or 2 hours or whatever. And if you've got 4 votes in a series, then you're doing this running in and out, 4 times in that series. And so yeah, I was office shut down before Thanksgiving. Had to turn in everything so that they could transition and start to bring in other members of Congress. And I should mention now that I made the decision not to run for re-election to my House seat in October of 2019, when it got to the point where I had to make a decision where I would either continue my candidacy or I would suspend my presidential campaign and focus on running for re-election in Hawaii. And I couldn't do both. Legally, I could have, but just the constraints of time and the tyranny of distance, it was not. I would end up doing a crappy job at both. So that was the decision I made. I let folks in, and I wanted people in Hawaii to know that, they were not some kind of fallback plan for me if this national thing didn't work out, and that they would have the opportunity and the time to decide who they would want, to work for them, and other candidates who were going to run. So, and that was a decision I never looked back on, or regretted in any way. but as a result of that, so things started quickly in having to shut down in DC. But January 2nd was the actual final day.
Were you heading home kind of stoked that it was over, or were you heading home kind of bummed out that it was over?
Mixed feelings, really mixed feelings. I made that decision without regret, and so it wasn't any surprise that this was going to happen at this point in time. But I mean, I remember landing at Dulles Airport and on that last trip, and as I was driving into DC, like, I'm not going to make this drive again as a member of Congress, at least. And even as screwed up as things are and as frustrating as things are and have progressively gotten, it never takes away the awesomeness of that privilege of being able to serve in that way. And there are grooves. Have you been inside the state cap or the Capitol before, the U.S. Capitol? No. When you go inside, there are marble steps that take you up to the actual entrance to the House floors on the second floor, and then the visitors galleries on the third floor. When you walk those steps, there are deeply worn grooves where countless other leaders from our nation's history have walked those very steps. And it's an amazing thing to never forget those who have come before us, those who will come after, and how special of a privilege it is that the people of Hawaii allowed me that privilege to do my best to serve them for the 8 years that I was there. And that was there's so much of the political drama and just the theatrics and the all of the stuff that you just kind of got to endure in order to try to do the work that you're trying to do. And I've always hated all that stuff and had no problem at all leaving that behind. But I think the mixed feelings and emotions part just came from just that reflecting on the time that I've had there, and honestly wishing that there are a lot of areas and things that I wish I could have done more on, that I could have, legislation that I wished had been able to advance farther, or just different things, assessing kind of what I was able to do, what I wished I was able to do. And, but leaving with the sense of peace, in my heart, in knowing that, I did my best, and excited about how I can find, how I will find a way to continue to serve.
So you get back home to Hawaii, and I know when I came back from my last deployment to Iraq, I had I was home for like a month, and one day I just like woke up on a Saturday and I kind of felt like this weird weight. I felt good, right? I felt good, and I felt like a weight was gone, and I was kind of thinking about why do I feel so good right now? And I realized, it's because I'm not worried about one of my guys getting wounded or killed right now because we're home from deployment. And it took me about a month for that to go away, because it's just your instinct. Every time you wake up, you're thinking about what's happening. Is everyone okay? You're thinking about that all the time. And I never noticed it when I was on deployment, because that's just how it was. It was just, you just wake up and that's what you're thinking, and it's real. Well, after a month of waking up and, oh, no, it's not, you don't have to worry about that. Oh, no, you don't have to worry about that. And eventually one day I woke up and said, why do I feel so? Oh, it's because I'm not worried about that thing I've been worried about for so long. When you got home, I mean, how long did it take for that to wear off? The pressure, the constantly thinking about all this crap that's going on and what you need to do and where you need to move and what's the next maneuver and who's mad at you and who's happy with you and all this other crap. How long did it take you for you, like, I hope wait, do I have wax for my surfboard right now? How long did that take?
Not very long.
You were able to get over it quick.
I was ready, man. But it also, just this whole COVID situation also, I had been home a lot more than I normally would have been, and working from home and having virtual committee hearings and a lot of other stuff that was just, it was a strange lead up to where the contrast wasn't so different.
Got it.
But it was odd for me. Like, it started, August is when our primary elections are in Hawaii. And I remember waking up on primary election day, which is Saturday in Hawaii. And I was like, oh my gosh, don't have to go sign waving at 6 o'clock in the morning. I can go surfing. Like, this is a weird feeling, because I had held elected office for the previous 10 years. I'd been on a ballot every single election for the previous 10 years. And so that was strange. That was a really weird thing that felt unnatural to me. And then similarly with the general election. But yeah, I was I had no issue with that transition, and yeah, went on to take full advantage of being home and knowing that, well, really a lot of it was being able to regain control over how I spent my time, and have to no longer have those very immediate political factors playing into decisions that I'm making, and just to be for the first time in a long time, not being constantly jet lagged. That was something I didn't realize took such a toll. For 8 years, I'm going back and forth 2 or 3 times a month between Hawaii and DC, 5 or 6 hours difference every time. Plane rides are long, but that was not whatever. It's a plane ride. But like I can actually get a schedule happening and stick with it, and not be up at 2 o'clock in the morning because it's 8 in DC, and then go to sleep at 6 because it's midnight. Like, it's just, it was just basic, like, simple life things. Like, I like to cook. Like, I could act like, hey, like, I can go grocery shopping and cooking and not have to worry, like, is the food going to rot by the time I have to leave and then come back? It's just like simple little things. It's nice.
So let's get into what you're settling into now. The dust is settled and you're able to buy groceries, cook them before they rot. You're able to surf, train, get on a schedule, but obviously that's not what you're going to do for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
What else is going on? What else you got going on in the world?
So I am, I'm still serving in the Army Reserves. I moved from the National Guard to the Reserves, and transitioned my branch to civil affairs.
Awesome.
Which is often called kind of the warrior diplomat service. And it's fantastic. It's been a great move, and one that's focused on building relationships. And it's kind of right up my alley. Something I've been interested for a really long time that I never pursued because it doesn't exist within the National Guard for obvious reasons. The National Guard focus is domestic mission first, but civil affairs is 98% of civil affairs forces in the United States Army live within the Army Reserves. There's the remaining 2% is basically lives on Fort Bragg as part of the unconventional special forces community. And so, I'm appreciating the training, the experience, and also some of the missions that I've already been able to serve on there. As kind of a direct result of everything that we talked about with my experience with the mainstream media and being filtered into, or limited to sound bites, their unwillingness to go in depth or even really cover any real issues, serious issues, and just the caricatures that they create. I am launching my own show where I will have the opportunity to really speak directly to people in an unfiltered way and an unlimited way. Both about a lot of some of these issues that we've talked about, and have conversations with people who can shed light and bring their expertise or experience on them, but also just be able to have a platform where I can take some of those experiences that I've had, and I'm sure you've had the same, because I've seen it in the military, I've seen it in politics, where whether it's traveling to different parts of the country or traveling to different parts of the world, there's so much more that we have in common as people than is often focused on, or that we may realize. And so I look forward to being able to have that platform. My show is called This Is Tulsi Gabbard, just because it is just me, and use that as an opportunity to be able to fill that gap, or to provide what the mainstream media and the corporate media is not offering to people, and that I found there's a lot of hunger for that, for real conversation, whether it's with people you agree with or to have a dialogue. I want to be able to have people on my show who represent different views on an issue and who are interested in having a respectful conversation about it. And why do you hold one view? Why do you hold the other view? Where is there common ground? Where is there irretractable differences? Where do you draw the line? And I think being able to provide this platform, I hope, will result in more people thinking like, hey, maybe I can start talking to my neighbor who voted for the other guy or the other party, and we haven't really talked for like a year because of it, but maybe we should just like start the conversation and see where it goes, and that it's okay. And that we in America should be encouraging civil discourse and dialogue, and encouraging, when we talk about, well, we have to protect freedom of speech, what does that mean? Well, and how do you do it? Like, let's start with speaking, sharing our ideas, and not as you started our conversation today, not in a way that says, I'm right, you're wrong, I have to be heard, you don't get to be heard, but in a way that we don't see now, where if you believe in something, you hold a view that you feel is important and strong, and communicate that. Also recognize that not everyone may share that view for whatever reason. Maybe they have a different background, a different experience, and one that you may not have. And that the more we can encourage this kind of exchange, the stronger we are as a society. And that we don't lose by having great platforms for people to share them. I think that's the biggest difference between what we are seeing today versus what I believe our founders envisioned for us, where somehow we've come to a place where the powerful people in this country think that it's really a sign of insecurity, where if those who hold different views are allowed to air them, then somehow you'll lose, which means maybe you're not confident that what you're offering is going to, quote unquote, win or convince people that it is a superior idea. Yep.
It plays out leadership strategy and tactics. I talk about this. If I'm in charge and Tulsi, you say, hey, Jocko, I don't think we should do it like that. Mm-hmm. And my response is, shut up and do what I told you to do. I don't look strong.
No.
I look weak.
Yeah.
I look weak. If I say, well, Tulsi, how do you think we should do it? And I listen to your idea and I incorporate some of your idea into the overall plan because you were able to convince me because you had a different perspective than I did. You'll look at me and think, oh, I really like working for Jocko. Mm-hmm. I really like working with Jocko because he's listening to what I'm saying. And all of a sudden we're coming up with actual better solutions, by the way. Mm-hmm. It's not like it's, well, I'm doing this to appease Tulsi right now, so she'll work harder for me. No, she's actually got a presentation to me that actually makes more sense. We're going to use it.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get somewhere. So this is a podcast, your new show.
Yeah, it'll be available on all the podcast platforms. We're also
When's
doing
it coming
video.
Out?
We're also doing video. So I talked to you some time ago and asked some questions about how you launch a podcast and such. And one of the things you told me about was consistency is key. both of you.
That's
You
Echo
and
Charles.
Echo.
That's Echo Charles'
was gonna
advice.
say-
Was that Echo?
I just echoed Echo Charles'
Okay.
advice on that
There you
one.
go.
Well, the message was received, and so what I'm doing is so soon within the next few weeks. But I'm recording a number of shows to have in the bank to make sure that hey, I got to go away to training for a couple of weeks. That we're not gonna skip a beat. So
How long is the show? Have you recorded some already?
I have, yeah. There's no real time limit, but right now they're about like hour and a half ish.
You're not going Jocko Psycho 4 hours?
I'm not opposed to it, but no rules, and I think that's the
And
cool thing about it.
So is that the main focus of your efforts right now?
Right now it is, yeah.
You're going to
Yeah.
launch this show, and
I think probably by the end of this month is what I'm aiming for.
awesome. So where can people find you?
People can find me at Tulsi Gabbard on all the social media platforms, and also on my website, tulsigabbard.com. There's a few different things that I'm looking to do there, updates and information, and I've moved it away from what it was traditionally, which is a political campaign website, and really focusing more on how we can build communities and conversation in our society. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent. I don't care if you voted for Trump or voted for Hillary or whatever. None of that should matter as we come together to rebuild bridges focused on how we collectively as Americans can work together for the future of our country.
Legit. Echo Charles.
Yes, sir.
That seems like a good place to wrap this session. I don't know. Maybe this a good place to wrap up this session.
Sure.
Tulsi's obviously been charging hard since you were 16 years old as Water Woman, which again we will be scouring the internet for that. She's been on the path,
Yes,
Echo
sir.
Charles,
Yeah.
and I'm thinking we should be on the path too.
Yeah.
What suggestions do you have?
Do I have? Hey, when you go to the grocery store, do people like stop you a lot still
In Hawaii,
Yeah.
definitely.
Hell yeah, they do.
at Foodland or
Which is
wherever?
interesting because
And they say, "I know you. You're Water Woman."
I don't know where those kids are now.
Like, hey, do you remember I was
Grown up.
Hey Billy, how you doing?
Dang.
3rd grade. I remember you. Where's your cape?
Yeah, exactly. It's still there. It's the same damn cape.
Yeah, on Kauai, like when you'd see the mayor, like
Yeah.
at wherever, Star Market.
For
wherever.
sure.
Yeah, you'd always stop and be like, hey, so I would imagine if someone had like something,
Yeah.
something they want to address, they wouldn't hesitate to stop you because you're right there in the
It
store.
happened most recently. I was out surfing the reef near the Mokulua Islands and the east side of Oahu. And the surf there only goes off, like it's only really good when there's no wind and there's swell, obviously. And it's like 3/4 of a mile paddle from shore out there. But it happened most recently there. Like usually it's like someone will paddle up, be like, where do I know you from? and then like and then Advantage like, oh yeah, hi, I'm Tulsi. Oh my God, that's what I thought. And then word in the lineup travels pretty quickly. And the last time I was just a couple of weeks ago, the waves were really, they stayed out for 4 hours. And people just like, hey, Tulsi. Guys on stand-up boards looking down at me on my surfboard and talking stories like, oh, what this? Whatever. It's cool. I like it.
Yeah, I would imagine so. You go to Sandy Beach?
I have been. I generally stay away. I don't want to threaten like my life by body surfing
Shore
at
breaks over
Sandy's shore break.
All right, cool.
Do you?
Yeah, that was our spot.
Yeah.
Sandy Beach, yeah, for sure. But
Back in the day.
Back in the day. All right, how are we staying on the path? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We working out. We surfing.
Yeah.
Snowboarding. Some of us.
Are you a snowboarder?
Some of us.
I ski
are
snowboard, but Echo Charles has recently become highly engaged in snowboard shredding.
Ooh, I like it.
It's true. But we are working out and training for various things. So
I was pretty stoked when you were running and you'd put like whatever videos of you doing squats.
Yeah.
And I'm like, come on, throw a girl. Can we get a couple percentage points of increase on just doing burpees? I was giving credit. I was like,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
I kind of, I'm leaning in your direction just seeing you do burpees. It's all good.
In the polls, you
Yeah,
mean?
in the
That's what you're saying?
polls.
Okay.
In the polls,
Yeah.
people were
Yeah.
watching that saying, "Oh, there's Tulsi doing burpees." Hey, let's
Yeah,
at least throw a dog a bone, right? Come on.
Let me earn it with some
Yeah,
burpees.
freaking ridiculous.
Exactly right. Yeah, I didn't really see much burpees by Joe Biden or any of these
I didn't
people.
see. Yeah, I didn't see Joe Biden doing any burpees.
No,
Yeah.
nobody really else kind of got on the fitness kick.
Yeah,
Well,
crazy.
All good. Nonetheless, we're going to stay on the path over here. So through the
Yes.
path, we may need supplementation. I would suggest supplementation. Don't worry, Jocko has
I
supplements.
believe in that.
It's true. Yeah, true story. 100%.
There you go.
So here you go. You got joints that need attention sometimes, especially when we get older.
Mm-hmm.
We're not
We?
getting younger.
Is this the collective we?
Apparently.
As far as
Okay.
me
Apparently,
goes,
Echo's
just
getting older because I
checking.
know I'm not.
yeah, you
I
stay-
vote against it.
Staying the same age. I get it. But for those of us who are, we want to get something that helps in the routine. Supplementation for joints, protein, brain, body, all this stuff. So what do we got? Joint warfare, joints. Krill oil, joints. Discipline and discipline go. Brain and body.
How's
And
that discipline go going?
This
on over there?
this is good. I this is the first time I'm trying the Discipline Go Jocko Palmer drink. Very good.
Tasty.
Very good.
No sugar in that.
Yeah, that's
sweetened with
the
monk
best part.
fruit.
Ah, see, I use monk fruit like in
Yes.
my protein shakes and stuff
you
like
know
that.
what's up?
Yeah, man.
Too sweet in it.
To sweeten it. Yeah. Because you get the good natural like healthy sweetener
Yeah.
without like the carbs of like maple syrup, for example.
Guess who just made the clip of the week?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's my girl Tulsi.
Which maple syrup is my go. Like
Oh, is that
I
a
would only
weakness?
eat pancakes to have maple syrup, really.
Oh,
But
that's your jam,
you
yeah.
know, I can't.
Did you get any maple syrup from Pete up in Maine?
No,
Oh,
Pete, come on, man.
Yeah, he's out there, and he used to do it himself, but now it's just like friends, and it's real maple syrup. You can go up there
Oh
and get
man,
the tree when the
there's
trees are
nothing
running.
better. That was, and sorry, Echo, I'm messing with your jam here, man. But
It's
one
your
of the
jam,
one of the coolest experiences. Well, there were many, but one of the coolest was when I stopped in Freedom, New Hampshire, and went to a sugar shack. Met with the 3 generations of family who have passed down from, father to child, and got to see the whole thing. We went up to the trees, saw the taps, came down, saw the whole process, and then of course, like sampled the goods. I'm like maple syrup is it? Ever since I've been a kid, like those little maple leaf candies,
Oh,
and
you're just nuts.
done, finished.
I was up in Maine talking to Pete, and he's like a sugar addict. And he obviously can't eat it. That's why. But he was saying he would take little a pencil box. You know the pencil box you had when you were a little kid?
Yeah.
He would fill that with sugar cubes and hide it underneath his bed.
Oh
and
my
at night when he'd go to bed, he'd put like a little crack addict.
That's next level,
I laughed
man.
so hard. I'm like, bro, what is wrong with you? And then he started
Wow.
like going into a different realm mentally. And he goes, bro, have you ever eaten a sugar cube? He's talking to me about, like crazy.
You were talking about that, right? On like a thing.
Yeah, one of the origin videos came out, showed me talking
okay.
about that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So it did sound crazy the way you were talking about, but then I remember, like, we didn't just buy sugar cubes, but every once in a while, like, you'd get the little pack, right, with all the sugar cubes, and I'd eat those too. They're like little candies.
Yeah.
But it's like pure. It's like mainlining the sugar. It's
Right.
kind of good. I didn't hide them under my bed.
I was going to say,
nothing
now
like this.
imagine stealing those things from your own family and putting them into you. It's like a little
It's
psycho,
different.
right?
That's different. Yeah.
Well, monk fruit,
Yeah.
no sugar.
Exactly.
It's not sugar.
Monk fruit is good stuff.
It's natural. And by the way, we went the distance, and I held out long. The other thing that's cool about this drink is, which was really hard to do, is the way that you make it stay good on the shelf is you have to preserve it somehow. And what companies normally do is they just add chemicals to it.
Right.
And they're called preservatives. We've all heard of that, right?
Yes.
Well, instead of using preservatives, which I didn't want to do, it's pasteurized. So it's like cooked. So there's no chemicals in it, but it cost us a ton of money to get it going. And it took us took us over 6 months to get this all set up. But then we did it, and now you can drink this, and your kids can drink it.
That's
my
huge.
own kids can drink my drink.
It's something that my mom always encouraged us, and it's like a habit I got into from a young age. She's like, just read the ingredients before you buy it. And if you don't understand half of the things that are on the ingredients, then, think twice about, putting it in your body.
Let me ask you if you understand these ingredients. Filtered carbonated water, natural flavor, citric acid, monk fruit. That's
Done.
the ingredient list.
Done.
What? And it has the vitamin B6 and B12. Like, it's got the other positive things, but
Right.
the actual the food ingredients, that's it.
That's incredible.
You
And
did
more
good.
people are becoming conscious of this these
Oh,
days,
for
though.
sure.
Really, I mean, more people are becoming aware, and whether it's because of health, like diabetes and or whatever else, but I think there's just an increased level of awareness of like, hey, and even more so with COVID, like I really should be healthy. I should strengthen my immune system, and I should know what I'm consuming.
I felt so bad the last time you visited. So, whatever, 3 months ago, something
Yeah.
like that, you came by. We didn't have time to record.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to record or whatever, but you just came by to hang out a
Yeah.
little bit. And whatever, 2 days later, I called you up and said, hey, or I sent you a text, hey, how you doing? You're like, fine. I'm like, got something to tell you. And you're like, what? I'm like, I got COVID. And so does Echo Charles. Yeah, I felt so
man.
bad. I had to luckily, I only saw like 10 people
Yeah.
in that time period of whatever that week was where I knew I had been tested positive for COVID. Texted Echo. He's like, yeah, I can't smell anything. I was like, this is a bummer, dude.
It's the first time.
I felt bad about that.
Yeah,
but
no, it happens, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
You catch it. It happens. All good.
I'm just gonna knock on wood right now that
yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, you talk about the immunity thing.
Yeah.
So, come to find out, Jocko has that covered as well. As far as supplementation goes, vitamin D3 helps with immunity, and a special supplement called Cold War.
It was again. This was crazy, right? Like, so before COVID, I traveled all the time on planes, all the time, and the nightmare of that, and you're breathing in everyone's stuff. And so I said, you know what, I'm going to make, a good immunity booster with a bunch of vitamin C and just things and so I made it, and cool, and it was selling good and whatever. But then COVID hit. Yeah. And I also made vitamin D. Already made it. This isn't like, it's COVID. It was already in the system. It was already live because I take vitamin D. And boom, as soon as COVID hit, it was like we had to just we sold out almost immediately,
exactly.
and then we just had to ramp it up. But luckily, we already had the formulas built, so that stuff is awesome. Cold War and the vitamin D3.
It's true.
Yeah.
All good for you.
Yep.
I'm a supplement taker just in general, but I was not taking vitamin D prior to COVID, nor was I really aware of how important it was until I started to learn and read more and see, especially related to COVID, how most Americans are deficient.
Yeah.
Like vast majority of Americans are deficient in vitamin D, and especially people who have any kind of colored tone to their skin, even more so, are found to be deficient in vitamin D. So I am now a daily consumer.
Well,
Vitamin D.
Yeah.
All day. Yeah, I learned that when we had our daughter, where everything, you read for best development, all this stuff. Vitamin
Yeah.
D was always popping up with
Wow.
everything. Oh yeah, vitamin D. It's
Yeah.
true. But get some vitamin D. Also, don't forget about milk. This is extra protein in the form of a dessert.
yeah.
By the way,
Sometimes it's just dessert that has protein in it.
straight up.
Straight up.
Yeah. Especially if you get your little formula down. Like some people, they just go milk, almond milk, whatever. Cool, good. But some of us, we have our perfectly tuned formula.
Yeah.
Half a spoon of peanut butter. 1 scoop mint chocolate, 1 scoop peanut butter chocolate, 1 banana.
Damn.
Wow.
Skim milk or 2% milk. Boom. That's the formula in my household.
I randomly tried almond milk with peanut butter milk. Bro,
Yeah, legitimate.
what is up? That's a freaking milkshake.
Yeah.
That's a milkshake.
So I added a banana like reluctantly. Like I was like, okay, banana, because sometimes banana can jam up your whole flavor profile.
Let me ask you this: are they frozen or fresh?
Both, whatever. Because
the result is a little bit different.
It's possible. I'm not that advanced to tell the difference. And here's why I know about the frozen banana. When a banana is starting to get rotten a little bit, past ripe, the brown is taking over. You can peel it and freeze it.
That's what I do.
Yes, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Sarah told me that. So I was like, cool. Sure enough, she has 2 of them frozen inside because I needed a banana. So I put the frozen one in. I was like, man, this works perfect.
Yeah. They get creamier when they're frozen.
Interesting.
Check this out.
All right.
That's my jam. Mine is similar to you.
We had to wait over 4 hours for you to finally drop this knowledge.
The secrets. I'm a bit of a foodie.
You're just getting warmed up.
Okay, good.
We grew up. My mom used to make ice cream at home from frozen bananas and just literally put them through the Champion juicer, freeze them, put them through the Champion juicer, maybe add a little bit of like whatever, something to kind of like put it up to the next level. But like you have like homemade soft serve immediately. The frozen bananas I vouch for. I'm waiting for the plant-based milk to come out. I don't know if I talked to you or Pete about that, but
you may have talked to both of us or one of us.
In the works. But that's what I do is for after my workouts every day, my first meal is a shake. I kind of fast until after that.
Yeah.
But I do the protein powder, the almond milk, the peanut butter, just a healthy, solid dollop of peanut butter.
Sounds like someone's going stir on the peanut butter.
Got the frozen banana, and then I throw in some chia seeds, some pumpkin seeds, and flax seeds.
Bro, you guys make me feel like amateurs over here.
I don't know. That sounds pretty advanced.
Yeah, I go milk, done. Mix it.
Yeah, that seems it's true.
It's a hearty shake, but then I'm good. Like I'm good until I have like an early dinner. Then that's it.
Yeah. That's kind of the good thing. You can use it for many different reasons. You can do like a meal replacement or just a supplementation for the protein.
Or
dessert.
Or dessert.
Just flex his bicep when he said protein. I'm going to put that in slow motion somewhere. If I had the technical capabilities, I would put that in slow motion. You said protein and double flexed your biceps.
It happened automatically.
And Tulsi witnessed it. I witnessed it. It's serious, bro.
Ingrained.
Anyway, so we can get these things at many places. If you want to be on the lookout for any of these places, you can get all this stuff at first Wawa, East Coast. Wawa's only on the East Coast though, right?
Yes.
Okay, Wawa, at originmain.com,
JockoFuel.com,
JockoFuel.com, kind of the same. What do you call it? Trajectory.
Yeah.
Goal.
Vitamin
what
Shop.
we're talking about, and the Vitamin Shop. Yes, sir.
By the way, this is important actually, because shipping is a problem, right? Financially. It can cost a lot of money to ship something.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. If you subscribe to any of these items, shipping's free.
Wow.
So we're trying to we're talking about tech companies. Mm-hmm. There's obviously some big tech companies out there that are hard to compete with. In fact, you can't beat them, join them. We join them, it's fine. Mm-hmm. You can get the stuff there because it's free shipping. It's like sort of that's a primary reason why people might order from this particular place, which is cool. Sure, we're down. We appreciate it. 100%. It's fine. But if you wanted to just go straight to the source, but you didn't want to spend money on shipping, we got you covered. Right. And it took us a while to figure out how we could balance it. If you subscribe, shipping's free on whatever you order. So that's
kind of huge when you're talking about
it's very
drinks
huge.
And
it's very
protein
huge.
and supplements and
yeah.
True.
And Echo, no offense to Echo, sometimes he's not quite the pinnacle of organization when it comes.
I'm doing the best.
This is so diplomatic.
Stuff.
I love it.
Look, I prefaced it by saying no offense, therefore you can't be offended.
Yeah. Hey, I'm doing the best I can over here. I'm out of milk, by the way.
There you go. Why aren't you subscribed?
Got
issues.
Yeah, got issues. Nonetheless,
over there flexing your biceps with no milk.
Nonetheless, hey, look, this is how and where we can get all these things. Also, way to stay on the path. Do jiu-jitsu. or martial arts. Martial arts is good for you. It's good for your mind, body.
I'm glad you're being diplomatic now.
Well-
he's being diplomatic and like including
Well-
being all inclusive
Yes,
of all martial
I
arts.
appreciate
He's never
that
said
gesture.
anything like that before ever. We talk about doing martial arts. We're talking about jujitsu over here on our side.
Yeah,
I
you're
get
That's what
it.
we're
You're
talking
right.
about.
You are correct.
But go
actually.
ahead, continue, Mr. Diplomatic.
Thank you.
You've improved his diplomacy already today, just hanging out with you. He's got aloha.
That's true.
Normally,
Yes.
this guy has no aloha for other martial arts. Generally
Wow, it's like that.
speaking, you're here.
Okay.
Everything's
all right.
cool.
Well, either way, whatever martial arts we're doing, I say do that stuff. In the event of you doing jujitsu, you're gonna need a gi and or rash guard. Get those as well from Origin.
How much jujitsu have you trained?
A little bit,
Just
not
a
a
little
lot.
bit.
I mean, the most, if you could, I guess within the family would be Army combatives.
Oh, okay. It's legit.
Yeah,
The Army Combatives is a great program
Yeah.
developed by jiu-jitsu guys.
exactly. I early on, I guess the martial art that I trained the most in was Brazilian capoeira. So,
That's right.
It makes me laugh every time I hear you pronouncing English words with a Brazilian Portuguese accent.
Oh, okay.
I was like, yeah, I know what
Because
that's about.
although I said earlier, starting off this program, that I'm I just say what I say.
Yeah.
When it comes to Brazilian Portuguese
Oh, yeah.
words, like if you're going to talk to me about, you train capoeira, I'm coming at you.
Like a pro.
That's what we do over on that one.
Well,
And because of that, I took summer classes in Brazilian Portuguese in Hawaii, like trying to learn the language. I was getting fully immersed in the culture and started to do a lot of my friends who did capoeira also did jujitsu and met a lot. There's a huge Brazilian community in Hawaii because of surfing, and obviously most of them do either capoeira and jujitsu as well. And but I was kind of consumed. I was training like 6 hours a day in capoeira, and I was starting to teach, and I was doing a bunch of stuff there. But yeah, so the most time I spent doing any kind of grappling was Army Combatives, which was fun.
Well, it's cool because now you're going to be on the journey of jiu-jitsu. We're going to get you a gi.
Yeah, I want to learn, and I'm a big mixed martial arts fan. I have been for a long time, and
Yeah, you went up and trained with Duke Rufus, right?
yeah, that was an incredible surprise that I was not expecting. But he was there to train Zhang Wai Li, and she was passing through doing a publicity thing, so I got to meet her and spar. I use that word very generously. She's like, come at me, like kick me, punch, like do something. I'm like, I don't know. But it was like getting to hit some pads with Duke was freaking incredible.
Yeah.
And it was awesome.
I've cornered a bunch of fighters at UFC, and whenever Duke Rufus was there, he's just like such an awesome
He
guy.
is.
Super cool, super nice.
Yeah.
Super. I mean, obviously he's a great trainer and everything, but I just remember thinking, this guy's just freaking rad.
Yeah,
just
totally,
cool.
totally. And he makes, he made us feel just great. And but what I was going to say is the thing that I've always appreciated most about mixed martial arts is, there are guys who are stronger in boxing or striking or whatever, but the strategery that goes into fighters who have a very strong ground game, when you really watch it, is just incredible. And that's what I've loved most about the sport is the strategic thinking that goes into like, all right, I'm going to do this and set you up for where I'm going to put you in, 6 moves later or whatever. So yeah, I'm now that I'm a little bit more free. I really do. I've been telling my husband this. I want to learn.
We have connections
yes, sir.
in the Hawaiian Islands. Speaking of gis, jiu-jitsu gis and jeans and boots, you went to the factory in Maine, right?
I did.
How stoked were you on
I visited the
that?
Origin factory in Maine, and to say I was stoked is an understatement. And we made a little social media video about it, and got some footage of Pete showing us around and talking about what they do. Brought the local media with us, and the local media did a story on Origin. But my husband will tell you in the car ride leaving, I was so freaking stoked. It was completely unexpected because I've had the privilege of going and visiting a number of local businesses and shops, but the thing that really like struck home for me like in a visceral way was awesome products, but the spirit of Origin came through loud and clear, not just because Pete's good at talking about it, but because of what I experienced in the people who work there, and the sense of pride and the sense of ownership of the thing that says right there, we get to do this, and how deeply you all have built the foundation of this American business in the fabric of America. And that, like, I left there and I'm like, I told Pete, I was like, where do I sign up? Like, how do I join this? Because this is freaking amazing. And I talked about it and just shared. That's why I wanted to share that video and just the experience of being able to go and visit. And it was not on the way. Like, Farmington, Maine is on the way to nowhere else I was going. And it was literally like, I called an audible on my team and I'm like, yeah, we're in Maine and I'm going to take a 2-hour like detour to go and visit, because the story of that you guys are sharing of Origin Maine is the story that needs to inspire America, especially now, in what we can do. What we can do here at home. And that, yes, this is about supporting a local business, is about supporting America and American jobs, but it goes so much deeper than that. That, yeah, of course there are challenges, and there as adversity and, foreign trade and like all of these other things. But just like, Pete talks about how he started right in his freaking backyard and built a factory because there wasn't one. Where there's a will, there's a way. And when you're rooted in this foundation of not just, hey, how can we make a bunch of money, but how do you use business as a means to serve and have a positive impact in your community, in the lives of the people who work there, in the customers who know, like, hey, I'm not just buying a product that's cool. I'm supporting a mission that's much greater than any one of us as individuals, and will have a much longer lasting impact.
Yeah, if you were to take what you just said, if you and I were to look at each other and say, hey, let's make a business, and let's make clothes, let's make apparel, let's make shoes, and let's make money. The last thing we would do to make money is try and build a factory in America.
Correct.
And source everything from America. Which is
sad, but
true. It is absolutely sad. And there's company upon company upon company that their primary goal is to make money. That's their primary goal. It's not to make a quality product. It's not to be innovative with their products. It's not to rebuild their community. It's not to put money back into the community. It's not to bring manufacturing back to America. That's not even on their radar. Mm-hmm. Those are our primary goals. Now, in order to do that, do we have to make money? Yes, absolutely. And we will. But that's not why we're doing it. If we just wanted to make money, there would be no factory. It'd be a sweatshop overseas. That's what it would be. We're not going to do that. We're never going to do that.
And you'd be no different than most of the others. And you wouldn't be you. Origin wouldn't be Origin then.
Absolutely. And to be quite frank with you, money could not drive me or inspire me or motivate me 1/100th the amount that it does to know that there's people in that town that are working, that have a career now. We're taking millennials and teaching them a skill that was so close to being lost. You saw them.
I did.
Millennials, there's skills that were, our guy Lenny just died. But before he died, he was able to pass on his knowledge that can be passed on, can be saved. It's there.
Yeah.
We're there. And it's, I was so stoked. You and I were texting back and forth, and I think I was trying to get you a pair of boots. I was like, hey, we'll get you some boots.
You did.
And we had somebody deliver you boots, but for you to go up there, I was so stoked that you could go up there and you could see it. And it's very cool too. Like, I'll hear Joe Rogan talking about Origin, and even though he's not been there, like, he knows. It's very cool. And when I heard him talking about Origin, and he was just talking about it with someone else that was on his show. When I heard him talking about it so passionately, I realized people get it.
Yeah.
You don't just look, it's awesome when you go there. And obviously when you go there, it's visceral when you go there. But even if you don't go there, you know that that pair of jeans that you're wearing, those are American made.
The hands that harvested the cotton, processed it, every step. That's the amazing thing is, and some of my friends in the military, especially when they got their stimulus checks, they're like, I'm going to make a choice with this money and I'm going to go shopping at Origin because cool stuff, but I'm supporting America with these dollars. And that's the difference. And that's the impact. And I loved sharing the story of my experience there to help inspire others who may aspire to do something similar but feel like the obstacles are too great. But and whether it's business or whatever, I mean, the point is the motivation and the spirit of getting back to, not planning this, but getting back to our origins of who we are as a country of entrepreneurs and innovators and people who are bringing different ideas to and the pride that goes along with that.
Origin USA.
Yeah.
OriginUSA.com. If you want to get any stuff from there, it's made by Americans for Americans.
It's true. Also, let me point your attention to JockoStore.com. This is where you can represent while you're on the path.
There you go.
So yeah, we have some stuff that we have is from Origin. We got rash guards on there. Also, we have hoodies and shirts and, discipline equals freedom, this kind of stuff. I'm saying, if you're
Jocko seems to get uncomfortable when you start talking about him.
Is it that obvious?
It is that obvious. There's a visible shift here in energy.
What's funny, it's kind of like a complementary relationship because, like, my comfort increases when his discomfort increases. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, cool. That's why you can kind of sense some pride when I talk about the store.
Gotcha.
Jocko Store, by the way. Anyway, yes, discipline equals freedom. Shirts, hoodies, rash guards, some hats on there, some new stuff on there, new design coming out soon.
Oh, really?
I'll let you know.
These are all things that happen. Decentralized command.
Yep.
Hey.
Like, I'm not over there pointing the finger and making things happen. That's Echo Charles in his own little world.
Well, it's our world. We'll say. We have a subscription situation as well. If you want like a new type of design, kind of.
Is that where the Run DMC T-shirt just came from?
Yes.
That's legit.
That's good.
So do you approve these before they're done, or
sometimes? Sometimes there is a level of decentralized command, but I also. Some people in the organization will say occasionally need to get put in check. So there is sometimes, but occasionally things slip by. Like he just made a Run DMC T-shirt, but it says discipline, but it's what is it? DSC PLN.
Yeah,
gotcha.
But it looks like the old school Run DMC T-shirt. So it's freaking legit.
That's cool.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
There's also ones like the element, the periodic table.
Yeah.
The element.
Yeah.
So it's element D, and it has all the atomic weight, 434.
Nice.
Layers. Anyway, these are kind of offshoot designs, but they're cool, relevant, and there's layers.
Oh, here's the thing that's jacked up.
Wow.
Now I just realized. If you wanted that Run DMC discipline shirt, you can only get it
if you subscribe.
if you're a subscriber to the Shirt Locker.
The Shirt Locker.
The Shirt Locker of Echo Charles.
It's true. Yeah, once they're gone, they're gone.
That's
So,
a
man,
bummer.
So limited.
That's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
And by the way, it seems like one person at this table does not have a subscription to this.
What's funny is I for real have a subscription
No,
to
I
it.
for real don't.
Oh, you
which
don't.
is jacked
Dang,
up.
Brutal.
I thought you were calling me out by not calling me out.
That's what I thought too.
No, but okay, there's two people that don't have a subscription apparently.
Dang, that makes two of us, I guess, or one of us, whichever. Either way, maybe I have some extra. I'll hook you guys up.
Oh man, that'd
cool?
be great.
Is that cool?
Yeah,
Jocko?
that'd be very nice.
All right.
If you could hook me up with my own stuff. Thank you. Hey, speaking of subscriptions, subscribe to this podcast. Wherever you subscribe to podcasts. Also, we have Jocko Unraveling, which we're about to record somewhere this week. Awesome. Grounded podcast, Warrior Kid podcast. And by the way, you also have another podcast to subscribe to, which is called This is Tulsi Gabbard.
This is Tulsi Gabbard. It's actually up already, so I posted a trailer. You go and subscribe and follow now, so that you can know when we drop the first episode and follow on once.
You can also join us at the Underground, JockoUnderground.com, which I already mentioned, so I'm not going to go into a big explanation, but got to have a contingency plan. Don't want to be feeling the chains of control from anyone. Not sponsors, not tech companies, no one. So we got to go underground.
Yep.
JockoUnderground.com if you want to help us out there. It costs $8.18 a month, which is got layers to it.
Yes, sir.
We'll talk about that offline.
Yep.
And look, if you can't afford that for whatever reason, you're running into some tough times right now, there's COVID, whatever, and you can't afford it, order or email assistance@JockoUnderground.com and we can get that taken care of. We have a YouTube channel, which has a lot of videos on it. The good ones, I'm the assistant director on. The rest of them, it's Echo Solo. You have a YouTube channel too, Tulsi Gabbard.
Yep, Tulsi Gabbard.
You post.
We post all kinds of stuff. We'll be posting the podcast on there as well, but also just different things that are happening. I often record short videos, kind of weighing in on maybe issues of the day or news or different things that are coming forward, and more often than not, bring a different perspective than one you're getting in the news. So I post those across YouTube and across social media at Tulsi Gabbard.
Psychological Warfare is an album. Did you know that I was an artist, Tulsi?
I did not.
I'm an
recording
artist, a recording artist.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to get my album, and it's the artist is Jocko.
Okay.
And the album is called Psychological Warfare, and there's a bunch of tracks on there that you can listen to whenever you need them. So
is the Wake Up track one of them?
The Wake Up track is
I'm
See?
very familiar with
She's
that.
a fan.
Yep. Apparently, so is the Sleep track that puts you to sleep while listening to my podcast.
You should add one.
Which is
You should add one on there.
Yeah, just me talking about murder. Sleep, sweet dreams. Flipside Canvas, flipsidecanvas.com. Dakota Meyer, my brother. He makes all kinds of cool stuff. Again, American-made stuff that is the highest quality. Puts all kinds of stuff that you can hang on your wall to remind you of the path. Got a bunch of books. I got a book called Final Spin, which is the novel, not out yet. Comes out in September.
I've been tracking that.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I just got I just did the final edits. It's freaking. My oldest daughter read it. I was like, hey, can you review this? And so she read it. And your kids are always like going to be harsh critics or whatever. And I said, she got done reading it. I said, how was it? How did you like it? And so she starts going, I like this and I like that. And then she got to a point and she started to, because it's an emotional situation. She started to cry.
Oh my God.
This is not Wall Street. This was
after
a day after she read it. She started crying and she was like, and then I was kind of like, I go, I guess that's a good judge. She was like, just that part. So, and I was like, okay. So it's very interesting.
There you go.
So, not that it's not a sob story, but it's
you would want to write a book that moves people.
I guess if it's not going to have any impact, or if it's going to have an impact, that's a good thing to make people think.
Yeah.
And it's definitely, even as I read it, and I've read it now 100 times because I have to edit it. There's some parts where I'm reading it and it's definitely, it's heavy. It's heavy. And it's got some really funny parts too. A lot of the dialogue is really funny because it's reflective of kind of the dialogue that I have with people, even though it's not about me. Or is it? I'm not sure. I guess
Open
it might
to
kind
interpretation.
Of. Yeah, it's sort of an alternative. Anyways, the book is called Final Spin, and you can pre-order it right now. If you want to get a first edition, order it now. And look, this is going to be kind of a big deal to get the first edition of the first novel.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
Am I overhyping that?
Is the second in the works?
This book will have no follow-on
Okay.
for various reasons. It
It
primarily
concludes.
it does conclude. It is called Final Spin.
It is.
Not like first spin. So it is called Final Spin, but also it is complete
Sure.
in my mind. It's complete, and so I don't want to carry the story on.
But you have more novels in you.
Oh yeah, I mean I got 14 novels that I thought of during the last half an hour. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for me. It's always just people say, "Oh, I don't know what to write about." I'm like, God, I wish I had that problem. So that's that. Final Spin. Pre-order it. Leadership Strategy and Tactics Field Manual. The Code, the Evaluation, the Protocol. Discipline Equals Freedom Field Manual. Way of the Warrior Kid 4 Field Manual. That's out. Way of the Warrior Kid 1, 2, and 3. Mikey and the Dragons. I was listening to Jordan Peterson yesterday, and he was just going off about the dragons, which is
Sure.
a lot of what he does.
Yeah. Yeah.
And interestingly enough, I was like, sounds like this book called Mikey and the Dragons. So check that one out. About Face by David Hackworth. There's a foreword by me and Tulsi.
I just got it in the mail a couple of days before I left Hawaii, and I have read your foreword.
Okay.
And I'm just starting.
What's the impression of the foreword?
The book. How incredibly impactful this book and this man has been on your life as a person. But the thing that really spoke to me was how this was kind of your go-to reference to help guide you through difficult leadership choices, decisions, challenges that you face in some of the most difficult environments, i.e. being at war, and that you've never met the man. And that was that came through very clear, kind of your gratitude to him in having this book that provided you with that place where you could find the answers that you couldn't find anywhere else, or help you see things in a different way that you wouldn't have seen otherwise through his experiences and how he handled things, or his perspective. And then the maybe the most important thing was that all of that came from the foremost concern being care for your guys, his soldiers, your SEALs, soldiers who you were, people who you were responsible for. And I thought that was a really cool thing for me to come at. I've only heard you talk about it, but to come at this book, and I'm really looking forward to continuing to read it, but to see that bridge in time and that and conflicts and wars between a guy who served in Vietnam and was a leader of soldiers in Vietnam, to you and the experience that you had as a leader serving in Iraq, and how there was such powerful connection between two different leaders in two different wars in different places in different times. That's not something I've really heard of before.
It's weird because as I read that book, have you ever seen the movie I think it's called The 13th Warrior? Have you ever heard of this movie?
Tom Cruise.
No. So anyways,
Last summer.
it's based on a book by Michael Crichton. And I can't remember the name of the book that it's based upon, but it's about this Arabic person who gets somehow mixed up with the Vikings. And there's a great scene, and the Arabic guy is played by some famous actor. God, I can't think of it.
Sure,
Echo Charles.
sure.
I really wish you could help me.
Hell yeah.
But they do this scene where he's learning to speak Norwegian or whatever, Old Norse, whatever language they're speaking. And the way that they cut it up, they're speaking Norwegian, and then every once in a while an English word pops in, which would have been an Arabic movie or Arabic word, but it's an English speaking movie. So every once in a while an English word will pop in. So it's mother, tree. And he starts picking up, and it's probably a 2-minute scene where by the end, all the words are in English.
Okay.
The reason I'm telling you this is because as you were talking about the book About Face, I feel like each time I read it, like a little, because it's not a book about leadership. And, you mentioned leadership. It's not a book about leadership. It's a book about a guy's life.
Right.
But it's like as each time I read it, a little leadership thing would come through. And then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. And eventually the whole thing, I realized this whole thing is just about leadership, and it's about how to take care of your troops and do the mission. And I just had that thought as you were describing the correlations between what he lived through and what I lived through, which, by the way, just for the record, not even close. I mean,
Sure.
he was in Korea and Vietnam. He had 3 Distinguished Service Crosses, 9 silvers. I mean, just totally different, but good book to check out.
The closest thing that I can relate to in my time in the military is, you mentioned Band of Brothers earlier, and I was a brand new, maybe I was an E3 or an E4 by that point, but I picked up the book, Band of Brothers, before ever watching the miniseries. I don't even know if it was made at that time yet, but I was brand new in the National Guard. I started reading the book just as we were about to go and do an annual training at Fort Indiantown Gap in Pennsylvania. And I'm reading the book. I can't put it down. We go there. We're there for 10 days or 2 weeks or whatever it was, on the plane going back to Hawaii. And I finish the book. And at the end of the book, it says, Dick Winters currently resides in Fort Indiantown Gap, Pennsylvania, where he lives with his wife. And I'm just like, why didn't I finish this 2 days earlier? I would have definitely gone and knocked on this man, and he was still alive at the time. That was, but I've, gone on and watched, I've watched this series. I don't even know how many times I've watched it. In OCS, we had to write essays on different episodes from a leadership perspective, leadership lessons, good and bad, and really analyzed each episode of that. And so that's one. That's the only kind of closest thing I can relate to. We're going back and looking at him and his leadership. And I always forget the guy's name, but the guy who's Ross in Friends.
Sorbel.
Thank you.
Yep.
His flawed leadership, I would say, and the lessons learned from that. And as a specialist then, and then a brand new lieutenant, I have often gone back to those leadership lessons, including the ones of, some of the, oh gosh, I'm forgetting the name now. Some of the enlisted characters.
Yep.
And one that was played by Donnie Wahlberg, one of the main E6s.
Yep.
And that was, I had a chance to meet Donnie Wahlberg at a veterans event. And like, I don't really care about celebrities in general, but I saw he was there. I'm like, I need to go speak to this person about Band of Brothers. And it was really cool. And he's a huge, huge, huge supporter of veterans. I
was on a show called The Billions.
You were?
Yeah. And the one of the main characters in Billions, a guy named Axelrod.
Yeah.
He also played Dick Winters.
He is forever Dick Winters in my mind.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, he was in Homeland too. Like, whatever. You're Dick Winters.
But we were sitting around and talking, and he said something along the lines of like, oh, I was in something called Band of Brothers. I'm like, yeah, I kind of know that. I'm well aware of that.
Yeah.
And so we talked a bunch about it. It was interesting because in those, I'd never done any like Hollywood things before. Echo Charles likes to throw that at me.
SAG member.
Yeah. He likes to throw that at me. Well, when you do it, you film the same thing 10 times, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's a scene where we're waking a guy up in bed, and there's me and Axe and Wags. Have you watched Billions before?
I've only seen one or two.
Okay.
I didn't really.
It's a freaking fantastic show.
Okay.
So me, Axe, and Wags, 3 characters. And so we're waking a guy up. And the first time we film it is like they're filming all 3 of us. And we deliver the lines.
Mm-hmm.
And then you stop. And then they reset up all the cameras. And then they do it again, but they're just filming me.
Mm-hmm.
And then they reset up the cameras and they do it again. They're just filming Wags. And then they refilm it again. They're just filming Axe. And then they refilm it again. They're just filming the girl in bed. Then they refilm it again. And then they do it from behind us. And they do it. So you end up doing this thing 10 times, 15 times, 20 times. And by the way, if someone messes up, doing it again. So I was talking to him and I said, how in God's name did you film like a battle scene?
Yeah.
How the hell did you do that? And he said, it's totally different because there's basically guys running around with cameras and they do it one freaking time and they just have to get it right. And they're running through it because explosions are going off and like a building is going to get destroyed and it's only going to get one take.
Yeah.
So that was pretty interesting.
No pressure, right? As an actor, not only because of that, just the logistics of it, but like the history and what you're doing and who you're representing.
God, yeah.
Like, my gosh, I can't imagine.
So if someone messes up, the director comes and like talks to him, right?
Just reprimand.
Like, I'm serious. So if someone, maybe he doesn't mess up, but maybe he's not putting the right stank on it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're
Technical
too
term.
much or too little. You know, you're being too emotional. And so it happened. I didn't know any of this.
Were you playing a military person yourself?
I had a real stretch of a role. I played me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so I played me, and I was trying to help a guy win a smoker's fight, a boxing match, and we're training him. But if you mess up, or you don't put enough, or you put a little too much, or whatever, the director, actually, the assistant director is going to come and give you a little nudge in the right direction. Hey, that was a little, don't be so loud. You're too emotional. This isn't supposed to be funny, or whatever, something like that. And so this actually happened to me. I don't know if I'm not supposed to talk about stuff like this. Maybe it's off limits, but
it's done. It's fine.
It happened to one of the other actors. It's just me and one other actor in a scene, and we do it, and I'm just doing what I do. So honestly, if I have to get talked to, it's a problem because I'm just being myself, right? So I'm doing what I'm doing, and the assistant director comes down first and is like, hey, you might want to back that down a little bit. Not talking to me, but talking to the other guy. And he's like, well, are we going to do it again? He's like, yeah, we're going to do it again, which is kind of a big deal. Like, it's not a small thing, right? We're actually, because I remember saying, wait, are we going to have to shoot this again? He goes, yeah, we're going to shoot it again. So it's kind of, ooh. So I realized that this was kind of a thing. If you continue to mess up, then it's not just the assistant director, it's the director is going to come down and try and give you, whatever. What do they give you? They give you the motivation. And this is the proper motivation. And so I'm watching this going, dude, I don't want none of this. And so I remember one time, so now it's me, Axe, and Wags, and they're the main guys. And these guys, and I didn't know anything about anything, right? But this is a very popular show, and it's an incredibly well-written show. The writers, I know the writers now, and they're just so good, and you understand. So anyways, we do a take, right? Hollywood, we do a take, and like you can hear like radios, like you can hear something, and so now you realize someone messed up, right? And then they come walking up, and he comes walking up. He's behind us, the director, and he pulls one of the other guys aside, blah 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 blah. And I was like, and I said to Axe, I was like, bro, I thought he was coming for me. And he goes, we all think that. I was like,
you're not
crazy.
alone.
Yeah.
Even the pros don't like get the talking to.
Yeah. So there you go. Other books, Extreme Ownership, first book I wrote about leadership, and then The Dichotomy of Leadership. Echelon Front Leadership Consultancy. We solve problems through leadership. Go to echelonfront.com if you want us to come to your company and help. We got EF Online. It's an online leadership training platform to get your whole organization aligned, not just aligned towards a common goal, but more important, aligned in how they are going to lead. Go to efonline.com for that. We got the muster 2021, a bunch of different dates. We're going to be coming around the country. Check extremeownership.com if you want to come to one of those. They've all sold out every time we've done one. These are going to sell out too. So check it early. We've got EF Battlefield, which is, we've done one so far. We're doing another one. We go out and we walk the grounds of the battlefield at Gettysburg.
Oh.
Yeah, and we sit there, we talk through the decisions that were made. We talk about General Lee and Longstreet and A.P. Hill and Stewart and Meade and Hancock and Reynolds and Joshua Chamberlain from Maine. We talk through their personalities, decisions that got made, egos that got involved, hesitation, being overly aggressive, not being aggressive enough. We talk through so many lessons to learn, and this is a little tiny group of people. There's 35 people that we bring to this event. It's all day long. Me, the rest of the Echelon, or quite a few of the Echelon Front instructors walk in the battlefield. We do dinner. We're going to do a Q&A. We will answer whatever questions you have, and we will all learn about these lessons. So if you want to go to that, go to echelonfront.com/events to check that out. Did you take a note there on something?
I did. Highly recommend. I've had the opportunity to do that a few times. One of which, while I was, we went to the battlefield of Chickamauga when I was in OCS, and we did that as a class.
So good.
Incredible, bringing history to life and making it relevant, especially from a leadership perspective that applies whether you're in the military or not. But something I found out pretty cool in the last year or so, I was asked to be on this show on PBS called Finding Your Roots. And it's a show that features different people. In my episode, they also had Paul Ryan and Marco Rubio, but like Oprah, they had different people on, and they dig into your genealogy and find stories about your roots, where you come from, who you come from. And I found out that one of my ancestors on my mother's side of the family was 39, 40 years old when he volunteered to serve in the Union Army, and that and they had the documentation there of one of those battlefields where he fought that I had been to previously and visited and walked through.
Dang.
And it was the most incredible thing on many levels to see, like, this guy gave up his life to go and fight for what he believed in, and that I had generations later not only physically walked through that battlefield where he was, but also chose a similar path with my life. And so it was, and I've gone back to Gettysburg a few times since, and every single time I go, it's an incredibly powerful experience. Incredibly powerful. And to go to the place where, of course, Lincoln delivered the Gettysburg Address.
Yeah. Yeah. It's because we spend the 2 days walking, and then when we wrap it up, and you you clearly know, and you've seen the low ground, the high ground, the trees, the buildings, and you're walking where thousands of men were killed.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. It's an unbelievable event. It's an unbelievable place, and it's an incredible way to learn and solidify those. So that's echelonfront.com/events if you want to go. It's in April. So, and if you want to help service members, active and retired, their families, Gold Star families, then check out Mark Lee's mom. She's got a charity organization, Mama Lee. If you want to donate or you want to get involved, go to americasmightywarriors.org. And if you want more of my imposing interrogations, or you want more of Echo's quiet questions
and pop culture commentary.
So whenever I'm giving Echo a hard time, if it's a pretty good one, then he'll say to me, like, you're real happy with yourself, aren't you? You're really enjoying yourself, aren't you? You're really enjoying yourself, aren't you? You think you're good, don't you? Mm-hmm. And that's how I know I'm kind of getting there. And as when we got here today, as I got out of the car, I was responding to Twitter or Instagram, and I had just made a comment, and I got out of the car. I said, hey, you know how sometimes you say that to me? Because someone had said, the last woman that was on, Holly McKay, someone had said, oh, does she stay for the support section? Meaning what we've dragged you into for the past freaking hour, just about. And I said, no, she was able to withstand, ISIS interrogations, but she couldn't hang with Echo Charles and the support. So there you go.
Yeah, he's very, very happy with that one. I can sense the pride in the tone of the comment.
There you go. Admittedly so.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Yeah.
If you want more of us, you can't. Then you can find us on the interweb, and that's including Tulsi's way. Tulsi as well at Tulsi Gabbard. Echo is at Echo Charles. And I am at Jocko Willink. Echo Charles, you got anything else?
Are you running for president again, ever, or even possibly? Do you think?
I don't know. I'm not thinking about it at all.
If you did, would you ask about aliens? Remember someone asked about aliens, right?
I think so.
I think it was like Clinton or something.
It's not on the top of my list.
I understand.
Put it that way.
There you go.
Did I say something about Echo's questions earlier?
He saved the best for last.
What's funny is when I first met you or whatever, I was like, I don't think I ever met anyone that ran for president before.
Mm-hmm.
So then, you know how you kind of think, like, what would I ask?
Mm-hmm.
And then for some reason,
This is it.
This is the moment.
Yeah, all the rest of the stuff is like, okay, whatever. But,
Oh, man. Got you.
I have nothing else but thank you.
Awesome. Tulsi,
Thank you.
Any closing thoughts?
It's great to be here, and we've covered a lot, and there's a lot more to come.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, obviously, thanks for coming on. I know we tried to make this happen for a little bit, and glad you could kind of finally get on here, and thanks for your service in the United States government, of course, but also, obviously, thanks for your service as a soldier, as a leader. Thanks for putting your life on hold and your life at risk to defend the freedoms and the way of life that we hold sacred. And the same goes to the rest of the military personnel out there around the world on those forgotten barricades on the front lines of freedom. Thank you for defending us. And to our police and law enforcement and firefighters and paramedics and EMTs and dispatchers and correctional officers and Border Patrol and Secret Service and all the first responders, thank you for defending us as well here at home. And to everyone else out there, well, for one thing, ask yourself, is today the day? Is today the day? And live your life thinking that today could be the day. And that means remember some of that aloha spirit that Tulsi talks about. Treat people with aloha, treat them with respect and compassion, and try and help out other people. And you do that, you do all those things by first putting your own ego in check. Listen more than you talk. Praise more than you punish. Stand up for what you believe in while respecting other people's beliefs too. And remember, always remember that we are stronger together. And until next time, this is Tulsi and Echo and Jocko out.